Welcome to Quiet Chronicles. Before Egypt's pyramids rose, before Greece's philosophers argued, before Rome laid its roads across the world, there was a land of mud brick cities, temple towers, river canals, clay tablets, and kings whose names were pressed into wet earth with a reed stylus. Ancient Mesopotamia was not only old, it was the place where human society first became large enough to need records, laws, taxes, schools, armies, libraries, and stories about the beginning of time. If you enjoy long, calm histories told in this style, consider subscribing to Quiet Chronicles. A gentle like also helps these weekly stories find others who enjoy falling asleep inside the deep past. The history ahead begins in the land between the Tigris and Euphrates, where uncertain rivers made people work together, measure grain, build temples, and slowly discover that memory could be stored in clay. From those first settlements, the world of Sumer, Akkad, Babylon, and Assyria would gradually rise. And so the story begins. Chapter 1: The Riverland Before the Cities. Between the Tigris and the Euphrates, the earliest history of Mesopotamia began not with kings, but with water. The two rivers did not behave like obedient lines drawn across a map. They shifted, flooded, withdrew, left silt behind, and sometimes changed the fate of fields that whole communities depended on. In the south, where the land flattened toward the marshes and the head of the Gulf, there was little stone, little timber, and no great natural shelter, yet there was mud enough for brick, reed enough for baskets and roofs, fish enough for food, and soil that could grow barley when water was guided carefully across it. Long before anyone wrote the name of a king on clay, the people of this land had already learned that survival here depended on cooperation. The world that later became Sumer did not rise from an untouched emptiness. By the 6th and 5th millennia BCE, communities associated with what archaeologists call the Ubaid period were already spreading across southern Mesopotamia and beyond it, leaving behind houses, pottery, tools, graves, and early temples. Their settlements were modest compared with the cities that would follow, but they carried many of the habits from which urban life would grow. People built with sun-dried mud brick because the plain offered clay more readily than timber or stone. They roofed rooms with reeds and beams when they could get them, patched walls after rain, and remade buildings generation after generation on the same raised mounds. The landscape itself slowly thickened with human memory, one layer of mud brick settling above another. In this early riverland, farming was never a simple matter of planting and waiting. Rainfall in southern Mesopotamia was not enough to sustain reliable crops, so water had to be drawn from river channels and guided through canals into fields. A canal was not only a ditch in the ground, it was an agreement, a labor demand, a line of authority, and a source of quarrels when the flow was too strong, too weak, or claimed by someone upstream. Barley suited the soils and climate better than many other grains, and in time it became one of Mesopotamia's basic measures of life, used not only for eating and brewing, but also for rations, wages, offerings, and accounts. Even before writing, the land was teaching its inhabitants to think in quantities. Eridu stood among the places later Mesopotamians remembered with special reverence. In later tradition, it was one of the oldest cities, a place associated with Enki, the wise god of fresh water, craft, and hidden knowledge. Archaeology does show that Eridu was occupied very early, and that its sacred area developed over a long span of time, with temple buildings rebuilt again and again on the same site. The earliest structures were not the towering ziggurats of later imagination, but modest sacred buildings whose repetition matters more than their size. Each rebuilding kept the place alive. Each layer made the sanctuary older, higher, and more authoritative. That is one of the striking features of Mesopotamian beginnings. Sacredness often accumulated physically. A temple was not merely replaced when it aged. It could be rebuilt over its own remains, so that the new building rested on the memory of the older one. At Eridu, this long sequence gave later generations a visible form of antiquity. When Mesopotamians looked back toward origins, they did not imagine history beginning in a wilderness far away. They placed beginnings in cities, shrines, offices, and ordered spaces, because by the time they were telling such stories, civilization itself had taught them what an origin should look like. Around these early settlements, the ordinary materials of the plain shaped almost everything. Reeds grew in the marshes and along waterways, and they could be cut, bundled, woven, bent, and tied into mats, baskets, fences, boats, and roofing. Bitumen, the dark natural asphalt found in the region, helped seal boats and waterproof containers. Clay became walls, bowls, figurines, tokens, and eventually tablets. Fish came from channels and marshes, while sheep and goats supplied meat, milk, hair, hides, and movement through exchange networks. None of these details is grand in isolation, but together they show a world in which civilization was made from common things handled with increasing skill. The Ubaid communities also reveal a widening world of contact. Their pottery styles and settlement habits spread across a broad region, from southern Mesopotamia toward the north and into neighboring lands. This does not mean a single empire or even a single people moving everywhere in one direction. It suggests something quieter and more durable: shared practices, exchanged goods, imitation, migration, intermarriage, and the prestige of certain ways of building, cooking, storing, and worshiping. Long before royal armies marched across Mesopotamia, styles of life had already traveled. Culture moved before kings did. Temples became central to this slow transformation. In later Mesopotamia, temples would own land, employ workers, store goods, organize offerings, and serve as major economic households as well as sacred places. The beginnings were smaller, but the direction was already visible. A shrine needed maintenance, food offerings, vessels, personnel, and fields or flocks to support its activity. Once a community accepted that certain goods belonged to a god's house, someone had to collect them, guard them, distribute them, and remember who had brought what. The religious center therefore encouraged habits of administration before administration had become a formal state. This is where Mesopotamia's earliest history begins to feel different from a simple village story. A household can remember its own grain and animals through family knowledge. A settlement with temple stores, irrigation labor, craft specialists, and exchange obligations needs more stable forms of memory. At first, memory could live in people, objects, marks, seals, and repeated customs. A basket of grain, a jar sealed with clay, a token standing for a counted good, a recognizable vessel shape, a trusted elder who knew the old boundary of a field. All of these helped hold order in place. Writing had not yet appeared, but the need for writing was slowly being prepared. No single moment turned these settlements into civilization. The process was more patient than that, and less theatrical. Fields expanded where canals could reach them, and settlements grew where food, labor, and ritual authority could be coordinated. Some people farmed, others herded, fished, built, wove, shaped clay, cut reeds, or moved goods between communities. Differences in status became more visible, though not yet in the fully royal form known from later centuries. The dead were buried with varying goods, buildings differed in scale, and some sites clearly held more importance than others. Inequality, like administration, did not arrive all at once. It gathered. The rivers gave, but they also forced decisions. Flood water could renew soil, but poorly managed irrigation could damage fields through salinity, especially in the south, where evaporation left salts behind. Canals needed clearing because silt accumulated. Banks needed repair. Water had to be shared in ways that were practical enough to sustain crops and legitimate enough to prevent constant conflict. A community that failed at these tasks did not merely lose efficiency, it risked hunger. This is why the first civilization on Earth was never only a triumph of imagination. It was also a long discipline of maintenance. As settlements endured, their mounds rose above the plain. Mud brick decayed, new walls were built, courtyards shifted, and sacred buildings were renewed. What looked fragile in a single brick became durable through repetition. A wall might crumble, but the habit of wall building remained. A canal might silt up, but the knowledge of cutting and clearing canals remained. A temple might be rebuilt many times, but the place where it stood became more powerful because it had been rebuilt so often. Mesopotamia's earliest strength lay in this ability to continue. By the late Ubaid period and into the centuries that followed, southern Mesopotamia was no longer a loose scatter of isolated villages. It was becoming a connected landscape of settlements with shared material culture, religious centers, irrigation systems, craft traditions, and expanding social differences. The first large cities had not yet fully appeared, and the first tablets had not yet begun to speak in signs. Still, the foundations were present. People had learned to gather labor, store surplus, honor gods in fixed places, manage water, and build communities that outlived any single generation. The later Mesopotamians, looking back, placed kingship and civilization in a world already filled with cities. Their myths remembered divine gifts descending into ordered settlements, not wandering camps. Archaeology tells the story more slowly, through pottery, walls, drains, bones, seeds, temple platforms, and the remains of everyday work. The two kinds of memory do not need to be forced into one shape. Together they show how deeply Mesopotamians associated human order with places that had been tended for a very long time. And so, before Sumer had its famous cities, before Akkad had its empire, before Babylon had its laws, and before Assyria had its palaces, the Riverland had already begun its great lesson. Human beings could settle in a difficult place and make it productive, but only by organizing themselves around water, labor, memory, and belief. The first chapter of Mesopotamia was not written in cuneiform. It was written in canals, rebuilt shrines, mud brick walls, barley fields, and the slow rising of settlement mounds above the plain. From that older world, Uruk would emerge, larger, denser, more demanding, and ready to press the first signs of administration into clay. Chapter 2: Uruk and the Weight of Clay. In the centuries after the Ubaid world had laid its patient foundations, southern Mesopotamia began to gather itself into something larger. The old habits of irrigation, temple rebuilding, craft production, and stored surplus did not disappear. They widened. Settlements that had once belonged to a landscape of villages and sacred centers now began to grow into cities of a new order. And among them Uruk rose with a scale that made it unlike anything that had come before. By the 4th millennium BCE, Uruk was not merely a large settlement. It was a dense human instrument, drawing in grain, labor, animals, craft goods, administrators, priests, builders, and worshippers, and making them part of a system too large to be held by memory alone. Uruk stood in southern Mesopotamia, near the channels and fields that fed its growth, but its influence reached much farther than its walls. Archaeologists speak of an Uruk expansion because objects, building styles, administrative habits, and trading enclaves connected southern Mesopotamia with parts of northern Mesopotamia, Syria, and western Iran. This was not an empire in the later Akkadian or Assyrian sense. No single king of Uruk is known to have ruled all those places by force. Yet the spread of Uruk material culture shows that the city's way of organizing life carried prestige and usefulness. In distant settlements, people adopted southern-style pottery, seals, accounting devices, and administrative methods, sometimes through trade, sometimes through migration, sometimes through imitation, and sometimes through the presence of southern communities abroad. The city itself became a place of monumental labor. In the Iana precinct, later associated with the goddess Inanna, Buildings rose on a scale that required careful planning and a steady command of workers and materials. Mud brick remained the basic substance, as it had been before, but Uruk used it with new ambition. Walls, platforms, halls, courtyards, and decorated surfaces made the sacred center visible as the city's heart. Limestone and other materials had to be brought from beyond the alluvial plain because southern Mesopotamia did not naturally provide them in abundance. Even decorative choices therefore reveal organization. Someone had to know where materials came from, arrange transport, feed workers, assign tasks, and keep track of what had been delivered. A large city does not announce itself only through its monuments. It also appears in small, repeated objects. One of the most common objects of the Uruk world was the bevel rim bowl, a rough, mass-produced clay vessel found in enormous numbers. These bowls were not elegant, and that is part of their importance. Their sameness suggests rationing, distribution, or standardized servings, perhaps for workers attached to temple or institutional labor. A person receiving barley, bread, or beer in such a bowl may not have thought of themselves as part of a revolution in administration, but the object itself belongs to that larger history. It shows a society learning to feed groups at scale. The growth of Uruk required many such acts of standardization. Grain had to be harvested, stored, measured, and redistributed. Sheep and goats had to be counted. Textiles had to be produced by organized labor, often from wool supplied through temple or institutional channels. Workers had to receive rations. Offerings had to be presented to gods in proper amounts. Clay jars had to be sealed so their contents could be trusted between one hand and another. In a smaller village, reputation and direct knowledge might have carried much of this burden. In Uruk, where institutions dealt with quantities beyond ordinary memory, trust needed marks. Before full writing appeared, Mesopotamians had already developed ways of counting and securing goods. Clay tokens could stand for quantities or commodities. Clay ceilings could close containers, doors, or bundles, and the impression of a seal could identify the person or office responsible. Cylinder seals were especially important. Unlike stamp seals, they could be rolled across wet clay, leaving a continuous image. Animals, human figures, ritual scenes, geometric designs, or signs of authority. A small carved stone, held in the hand or worn on the body, could become a portable identity. When rolled across clay, it left behind a trace that said, in effect, that someone had seen, approved, owned, delivered, or received. This is one of the most important quiet changes in human history. Authority began to travel through impressions. The person did not always need to be present if the mark could stand in their place. A sealed jar, a closed storeroom, a clay lump wrapped around a cord, a token enclosed within a clay envelope. These objects belonged to a world where administration was becoming physical. Memory was no longer only spoken. It could be pressed, dried, stored, and checked. In Uruk, this long movement toward record-keeping reached a new threshold with proto-cuneiform tablets. These were not yet the flowing literary texts of later Mesopotamia. They were difficult, compact administrative records, often concerned with commodities, labor, animals, and numerical systems. The signs were made with a reed stylus on soft clay, and the earliest tablets used pictorial and abstract marks in ways that modern scholars can only partially understand. Their purpose, however, is clear enough. They belonged to institutions that needed to count. Writing began not as a song, a prayer, or a royal boast, but as a solution to the pressure of organized life. A small tablet from this world might record quantities of barley, allocations to workers, or animals associated with an institution. Its surface could be divided into fields, its signs arranged with a care that is not literary but administrative. The hand that made it belonged to someone trained in a new discipline, someone who knew how to shape signs, how to combine numbers with commodities, and how to make clay answer the demands of memory. Nothing about such a tablet is dramatic. It is small, mute, and practical. Yet in its modest surface, a civilization crossed one of the deepest thresholds human beings have ever crossed. The moment when an institution could remember more than a person could carry in the mind. The reed stylus mattered because it suited the material world of southern Mesopotamia. Reeds grew along canals and marshes, and clay lay ready beneath the hand. Unlike papyrus or parchment, clay did not need distant manufacture before it could receive a mark. It could be gathered, shaped, written on, and dried. Many tablets were probably meant for temporary use, but once fired by accident or preserved in debris, they could survive for thousands of years. This accident of material has shaped the modern understanding of Mesopotamia. What began as routine paperwork became one of the strongest bridges between the present and the earliest cities. Uruk's administrative life did not make religion less important. It made religion more institutionally powerful. The great precincts were not only places of offering and ceremony, they were economic households. They gathered goods, managed workers, owned or controlled land, and displayed the authority of the gods through architecture and ritual. Inanna, later one of the most complex and widely revered deities of Mesopotamia, was associated with Uruk's sacred identity. The city's religious life cannot be separated from its economic and political life, because in early Mesopotamia, the divine household was also a center of human organization. The later stories of Gilgamesh placed Uruk in the deep memory of Mesopotamia. The Gilgamesh of literature belongs to later written tradition, and the epic cannot be read as a straightforward report of the 4th millennium BCE. Yet its setting matters. Mesopotamians remembered Uruk as a city of ancient walls, ancient kingship, and extraordinary prestige. In the later epic, the walls of Uruk are themselves objects of attention, signs of civic greatness and royal ambition. Whether or not a historical Gilgamesh ruled there in the form later tradition imagined, the memory of Uruk remained powerful because the city had truly been one of the first places where urban life reached a new density. Urban density changed the human experience of time. In a village where Generations might remember the fields of their ancestors, the graves of kin, and the rebuilding of familiar houses. In Uruk, memory had to stretch across institutions. A temple office needed continuity beyond the life of one administrator. A storehouse needed records that outlasted a season. A labor system needed ways to know who had received rations and which goods had been assigned. A city needed walls, drains, courtyards, shrines, and workshops repaired in sequence. Time became something that had to be managed, not only endured. The city also changed space. People moved through precincts, workshops, streets, courtyards, gates, and fields according to roles shaped by labor and authority. Some worked in textile production, some in food preparation, some in transport, some in construction, some in ritual service, and some in administration. Craft specialization deepened. Potters, seal cutters, builders, scribble trainees, herders, and boatmen all belonged to the widening machinery of urban life. Mesopotamia's later brilliance in mathematics, law, astronomy, and literature rested on this earlier ability to divide work, coordinate effort, and make systems durable. The Uruk expansion also suggests that the city's needs reached beyond its immediate fields. Southern Mesopotamia lacked many raw materials that elites and institutions desired: good stone, metals, timber, and certain luxury goods had to come from elsewhere. Trade routes therefore mattered, and so did outposts or partner communities in regions closer to those resources. Goods moved by river, canal, pack animal, and human arrangement. Every object brought from outside the plain carried with it a chain of decisions and relationships. A piece of stone in a southern temple was not just a piece of stone. It was evidence that the city's reach had extended into other landscapes. There is a gentle irony in the fact that the first writing, one of humanity's most enduring cultural achievements, appears to have grown from such ordinary pressures. Later Mesopotamia would give the world hymns, myths, royal inscriptions, laments, wisdom texts, lexical lists, astronomical records, mathematical tablets, and the long literary tradition that preserved Gilgamesh. But at the beginning, writing served the grain store, the herd, the ration list, and the sealed container. It came from the need to keep things straight. Civilization, in this sense, did not first write because it wanted to be remembered by the distant future. It wrote because too much was happening to be remembered accurately in the present. By the end of the Uruk period, southern Mesopotamia had crossed into a new kind of society. The city had become large enough to require administration. Sacred authority had become inseparable from economic management. Craft production had expanded, long-distance connections had widened, and clay had begun to hold signs that carried meaning beyond speech. The old riverland of canals and temples had not vanished. It had intensified. What had once been local coordination became urban complexity. This did not produce a peaceful world of perfect order. Large institutions create tensions as well as stability. Labor can be organized, but it can also be demanded. Surplus can be stored, but it can also be controlled. Authority can protect common works, but it can also separate those who command from those who obey. Uruk's achievement was therefore not innocence. It was scale. It showed that human beings could build a city dense enough to require records, powerful enough to influence distant regions, and memorable enough to remain alive in later tradition for thousands of years. From the weight of clay came a new kind of memory: the tablet, the seal, the bowl, the ration, the temple wall, and the counted flock all belonged to a civilization learning how to hold itself together through signs and systems. Uruk did not yet have the long royal histories of later Sumer, nor the imperial reach of Akkad, nor the law-giving fame of Babylon, but it had already made the decisive passage from settlement to city. After Uruk, Mesopotamia would never again be only a land of villages and shrines. It had become a land where cities could compete, kings could rise, and the written record could begin to follow them. Chapter 3: The Sumerian City-States and Their Rivalries. By the time the early dynastic period took shape in southern Mesopotamia, the great lesson of Uruk had already entered the life of the plain. Cities were no longer experiments at the edge of possibility. They had become the main containers of power, memory, worship, and work, each one holding its own fields, canals, walls, temples, workshops, officials, and claims about the favor of the gods. The land of Sumer was not a single kingdom. It was a crowded political world, divided among cities that could share language, ritual habits, artistic forms, and scribal practices, while still quarreling fiercely over land, water, prestige, and precedence. No city existed alone, even when it boasted of its own greatness. Uruk, Lagash, Umma, Kish, Nippur, Adab, Shuruppak, and others belonged to a landscape of rivalry and exchange. Their fields often lay close enough for boundaries to matter intensely, and their canals carried life in ways that made upstream and downstream interests difficult to separate. A city needed its god, its ruler, its temple household, its agricultural base, and its labor force, but it also needed recognition from other cities, access to trade, and the ability to defend what it claimed. The old riverland had produced cooperation. It had also produced sharper reasons for conflict. Nippur held a special place in this world because it was associated with Enlil, one of the highest gods in the Sumerian religious order. Control of Nippur, or recognition there, could give a ruler a broader religious legitimacy than power over one city alone. This did not make Nippur a capital in the later imperial sense. It made it a sacred center whose prestige exceeded ordinary political boundaries. A king who sought wider authority had to think not only of walls and soldiers, but of divine approval, temple offerings, and the language through which rule could be made acceptable to others. The title of king itself carried different shades of meaning in early Sumer. Some rulers appear with titles often translated as Lugal, a great man or king, while others are called Insi, a governor or city ruler. though the exact meanings shifted across time and place. These titles were not merely labels. They expressed how authority was imagined, whether centered on military leadership, temple service, civic management, or a mixture of all three. A ruler was expected to build, protect, restore, dedicate, judge, and feed the gods with offerings. The king's public image was therefore never only political, it was also architectural, ritual, and administrative. Early royal inscriptions give this world a firm human outline. Enmebaragisi of Kish is among the earliest rulers whose name appears in contemporary inscriptional evidence, and later traditions remembered Kish as a place of important kingship. Ernansha of Lagash, known from votive plaques and inscriptions, presented himself through building works, temple dedication, and family continuity. In one famous relief, he is shown carrying a basket on his head, the gesture of a temple builder, while his family appears around him. The image is modest in scale compared with later imperial monuments, but its meaning is clear. The ruler carried the work of the gods, and the city was meant to see that work made visible. These inscriptions are brief, but they matter because they show what early rulers wanted remembered. They did not only say that a king had fought, they said he had built a temple, dug a canal, dedicated an object, restored a shrine, or acted for a deity. A ruler's power was measured in what he could cause to stand after him: a wall, a platform, a canal, a statue, a plaque, a boundary, an offering vessel. Mesopotamian kingship, from its early stages, had a strong material language. It made claims through things. The temple economy remained one of the central structures of city life. Temples held land, received offerings, organized labor, and maintained a relationship between the human community and its divine household. Workers could be attached to temple institutions. Goods could be counted, stored, and redistributed. Animals could be assigned to herds. Fields could be managed for the support of cult and city. Clay tablets from this broad world preserve lists, accounts, and allocations that bring ordinary administration closer than the kings themselves. A sheep, a jar of oil, a measure of barley, a worker's ration. Such entries are small, but they show the hidden machinery behind public monuments. City walls also became part of the language of power. A wall marked the protected body of a city, but it also announced the labor a ruler could command. Building or repairing a wall required bricks, transport, food, skilled oversight, and organized workers. Gates controlled movement. Towers and foundations gave physical expression to political identity. In a flat alluvial landscape, where natural stone heights were rare in the south, the built city became its own form of elevation. Its walls and temple platforms lifted human order above fields, marshes, and floodplain. Yet the very systems that made the cities prosper could also bring them into dispute. Irrigation agriculture required boundaries and channels, and boundaries in a watered landscape were never abstract. A field was valuable because water could reach it. A canal mattered because it determined which land could bear grain. When two cities claimed the same tract, they were not merely arguing over lines in the dust. They were arguing over food, labor, offerings, taxation, and the long future of their households and temples. In Sumer, geography made politics intimate. The best-known early conflict of this kind was the rivalry between Lagash and Umma over a disputed border territory called the Gwadina. The dispute appears in inscriptions from Lagash, which naturally present the matter from Lagash's point of view. According to that tradition, an earlier agreement had set the boundary under divine authority, but Umma violated it, leading to renewed conflict. What makes this episode so valuable is not that it gives a neutral account of events. It does not. Its importance lies in showing how early Mesopotamian cities used writing, monuments, gods, and memory to turn a land dispute into a lasting political claim. Eannatum of Lagash, one of the most prominent rulers involved in this conflict, commemorated his victory over Umma on the monument known as the Stela of the Vultures. The surviving fragments show a world in which battle, divine sanction, and royal authority were bound tightly together. On one part, soldiers advance in ordered formation, shields and spears arranged with disciplined regularity. On another, the god Ningirsu, patron of Lagash, appears as the overwhelming divine power behind the city's triumph. The vultures that give the stele its modern name carry away the remains of defeated enemies, a harsh image, but one that belongs to the monument's claim that the gods themselves had judged the dispute. The stele is not a simple picture of war. It is an argument in stone. Eannatum wanted the boundary remembered, the victory remembered, and the divine order of the settlement remembered. The monument turned a local conflict into public history, and public history into political evidence. It showed that a ruler's victory was not complete when the fighting ended. It had to be inscribed, displayed, narrated, and placed under the authority of the gods. Already, Mesopotamian power was learning that memory could be governed. After Eannatum, the conflict between Lagash and Umma did not vanish forever, which is itself revealing. Early Mesopotamian victories rarely settled the future permanently. They imposed a settlement for a time, altered the balance of power, confirmed a ruler's prestige, or justified a city's claims, but the underlying pressures remained. Water still had to flow, fields still had to be worked, city rulers still sought honor, land, and divine favor. When later rulers of Lagash, including Entemena, returned to the same dispute in inscriptions, they were not repeating old stories for decoration. They were maintaining a legal and sacred memory of territory. The competition among cities encouraged stronger rulership, but it did not erase older institutions. The temple, the palace, the assembly, the elder families, the scribal offices, and the military following of a ruler all formed parts of a city's inner life. The balance among them is not always clear, and it certainly changed over time. Later sources preserve hints of assemblies and civic deliberation, though the evidence is difficult to use for every period. What can be said more safely is that early Sumerian cities were not simple machines controlled by kings alone. They were layered communities, and royal power had to move through institutions already heavy with religious and economic authority. Trade added another dimension to this world of rival cities. Southern Mesopotamia still lacked many important materials, including good building stone, metals, and large timber. Donkey caravans, riverboats, and exchange networks brought goods from the north, the Iranian plateau, the Gulf, Anatolia, and the Levantine regions in complex chains of movement. Lapis lazuli from far to the east, copper from regions beyond the alluvium, timber from distant mountains, and stone for vessels or statues all entered the Mesopotamian imagination as signs of reach and prestige. When a ruler dedicated an object made from imported material, he was also displaying the city's access to a wider world. Writing continued to develop through this period, moving beyond the earliest administrative forms of Uruk into more flexible use. Scribes recorded offerings, labor, fields, animals, and goods, but writing also became increasingly useful for names, titles, dedications, and royal claims. The act of writing a ruler's name on an object changed that object's historical life. A bowl, mace head, plaque, or statue could become a witness, carrying a message forward after the person who commissioned it had died. This was not memory as song alone, or memory as family tradition. It was memory attached to durable matter. In the midst of rivalry, the Sumerian cities shared enough culture to understand one another's claims. Their gods differed by city, but they belonged to a related divine world. Their rulers competed, but they used overlapping languages of legitimacy. Their scribes could work within common systems of signs and accounting. Their artists carved familiar forms of worship, warfare, procession, banquet, and dedication. This shared world made conflict more intense in one sense, because each city could understand exactly what another city's victory monument or temple claim meant. Rivalry depends on a common language of honor. A quieter part of this history lies in the people whose names rarely stand at the center of inscriptions. Brickmakers shaped the material of temples and walls. Canal workers cleared silt from waterways that would otherwise fail. Scribes sat with clay and stylus, learning signs and numbers through repetition. Farmers sowed barley in fields whose boundaries rulers might later dispute. Herdsmen counted animals into institutional flocks. Women worked in textile production, food preparation, household management, ritual contexts, and labor systems that the records only partially reveal. The city-state was not only a ruler and his god, it was an organized density of human labor. By the end of the early dynastic period, Sumer had become a land of powerful cities, each one old enough to possess memory, wealthy enough to defend interests, and ambitious enough to seek precedence. The political map remained fragmented, yet the forces pushing beyond fragmentation had grown stronger. Kingship had become more assertive, war had become more formally commemorated, writing had become more capable of carrying public authority. Sacred centers and territorial claims had become bound to royal identity. The conditions were forming for a ruler who would no longer be satisfied with one city's greatness, or even with temporary supremacy among neighbors. The Sumerian city-states therefore stand at an important threshold. They were heirs to the long riverland of canals and temples, and they were also the world from which empire would emerge. Their quarrels over fields, water, and honor may seem local when compared with the conquests that followed, but they trained Mesopotamia in the arts of command, record, monument, and divine justification. Lagash and Umma argued over a boundary. Their rulers made that argument into inscriptions and stone. Kish claimed old prestige. Uruk remembered ancient greatness. Nippur held sacred authority. Out of these competing centers, a larger political imagination slowly became possible. When that imagination found its most famous early expression, it would come under the name of Akkad, and under a ruler later remembered as Sargon. Chapter 4: Sargon of Akkad and the First Empire. Sargon of Akkad entered Mesopotamian memory as a ruler who changed the scale of kingship. Before him, the cities of Sumer had known rivalry, temporary supremacy, border wars, sacred centers, and rulers who claimed honor beyond their own walls. Yet the political world still tended to return to city against city, Lagash against Umma, Kish against Uruk, one temple household and canal district set beside another. Sargon's achievement, as later tradition remembered it and contemporary evidence partly confirms it, was to gather that older world into something wider, a kingdom that stretched across many cities, spoke through appointed officials, and made the name of Akkad stand above the separate memories of Sumer. The beginnings of Sargon's life are difficult to separate from legend. Later texts gave him a birth story full of secrecy, river water, and unexpected elevation, presenting him as a child of obscure origin who rose through divine favor and royal ability. Those stories were written long after his lifetime, and they tell us as much about how Mesopotamians imagined great kingship as they do about the man himself. Still, behind the legend stood a ruler of the 24th and 23rd centuries BCE, whose power was real enough to reshape the political map. His Akkadian name, Sharu-kin, meant something like the legitimate king, and the name itself sounds like a claim made before anyone could challenge it. Before Akkad rose, another ruler had already moved toward wider domination, Lugal-Zaghazi of Umma, later associated with Uruk, defeated rival cities and claimed authority across Sumer. His inscriptions speak in the broad language of divine favor, presenting him as a ruler whose power reached from the lower sea to the upper sea, a phrase that later kings would also cherish. Lugal-Zaghazi's achievement matters because it shows that the old city-state order was already straining toward larger political forms. Sargon did not invent ambition in Mesopotamia. He inherited a world in which ambition had already learned to speak across the plain. The encounter between Sargon and Lugal-Zaghazi became one of the decisive turns in early Mesopotamian history. Sargon defeated him, and later tradition remembered Lugal-Zaghazi being brought in a neckstock to the gate of Enlil at Nippur. The detail is harsh, but its political meaning was larger than personal humiliation. Nippur was the sacred city of Enlil, and to present a defeated rival there was to place the outcome under divine authority. The victory said that Sargon had not merely beaten another ruler, he had taken up the claim to rule Sumer itself. Akkad, the city from which Sargon's empire took its name, remains archaeologically elusive. Its exact location has not been securely identified, though it probably lay in central Mesopotamia, north of the old Sumerian heartland. This uncertainty gives Akkad a strange place in historical imagination. A city whose armies and administrators changed the ancient Near East has left no excavated capital that can be walked through with confidence. Yet its absence from the ground has not diminished its historical weight. Akkad survives through inscriptions, later copies, royal names, administrative traces, and the long echo of an empire that made the Akkadian language a vehicle of power. Sargon's conquests joined northern and southern Mesopotamia in ways no earlier ruler had managed so durably. He claimed victories over Sumerian cities, over regions to the east and west, and over trade routes that connected Mesopotamia with lands beyond the rivers. Some royal claims may be enlarged by the language of triumph, as royal inscriptions often are, but the expansion of Akkadian influence is clear. The empire drew on military force, but force alone could not hold such a world together. Cities had to be governed, tribute collected, temples respected or controlled, roads and waterways used, and local elites either displaced, watched, or absorbed. One sign of the new imperial order was the use of Akkadian alongside Sumerian in official contexts. Akkadian was a Semitic language, distinct from Sumerian, and its growing written presence marked an important cultural shift. Sumerian did not disappear. It remained powerful in religion, scholarship, and scribal tradition for many centuries. But Akkadian became increasingly important as a language of administration and royal expression. Mesopotamia was learning how a political center could carry its language outward while still borrowing legitimacy from older sacred cities. Governors became essential to Akkadian rule. An empire could not be managed as a single city household. It required representatives placed over cities and regions, men who acted in the king's name, supervised labor and resources, secured loyalty, and transmitted orders. Their existence is one of the quieter signs that political scale had changed. In the early dynastic city-state, authority could remain relatively close to the walls, fields, and temples of one city. Under Akkad, authority stretched. It needed intermediaries. It needed records. It needed trust, surveillance, and the repeated performance of loyalty. The empire also had to handle the old religious geography of Sumer with care. Cities were not merely administrative units. They were homes of gods. Their temples held land, workers, offerings, prestige, and centuries of local devotion. A conqueror who ignored this would weaken his own authority. Sargon and his successors therefore tied imperial power to sacred offices and temple patronage. They did not simply replace the old divine order with a new one. They inserted themselves into it, And no appointment shows this more clearly than Sargon's placement of his daughter Enheduanna as high priestess of the moon god Nana at Ur. Enheduanna is one of the most remarkable figures in early history because her name survived not only as a royal daughter and priestess, but as an authorial presence attached to hymns and religious compositions. The exact history of authorship and later textual transmission is complex, as it often is in Mesopotamian literature, but the tradition associated with her is still extraordinary. At Ur, she stood at the meeting point of empire, religion, language, and memory. Her office connected Akkadian royal power to one of Sumer's most important sacred cities. Her hymns, especially those honoring Inanna, show how divine praise could also carry political meaning. The appointment of Enheduanna was therefore not a family favor in the ordinary sense. It was imperial strategy made sacred. Ur was old, wealthy, and religiously important. By placing his daughter in the high priesthood there, Sargon joined the royal house of Akkad to the cultic life of Sumer. The king's power could be present not only through soldiers and governors, but through ritual office, offerings, hymns, and the calendar of worship. This is a crucial feature of Mesopotamian empire. It did not rule only from above. It entered older institutions and made them speak, at least in part, for the new order. Sargon's successors continued and intensified the imperial project. Raimush and Manishtushu, his sons, faced revolts and maintained Akkadian authority through campaigns and royal display. Their reigns show that empire was never a settled possession. It had to be renewed repeatedly, especially when conquered cities tested the strength of the center. Every transition of kingship created danger. Every distant city might decide that the death of one ruler or the accession of another was the moment to reclaim independence. The empire's records and inscriptions therefore often carry the feeling of maintenance after conquest, as much as conquest itself. Under Naram Sin, Sargon's grandson, Akkadian kingship reached one of its most striking ideological forms. Naram Sin called himself King of the Four Quarters, a title that claimed universal reach in the language of Mesopotamian geography. Even more unusually, he was represented with the horned helmet normally associated with divinity. His famous victory stele, commemorating triumph over the Lulubi, shows him larger than the figures around him, ascending a mountain landscape beneath astral signs, while defeated enemies appear below. The image does not merely record victory, it elevates the king into a cosmic order. That self-presentation marks a change in royal imagination. Earlier rulers had claimed divine favor, built temples, and acted as chosen servants of the gods. Naram Sin's imagery moved closer to the idea that the king himself could stand within the divine sphere. This did not become the permanent norm for all later Mesopotamian kings, but it shows how imperial scale could enlarge royal identity. When a ruler claimed the four quarters, governed distant lands, and received submission from many cities, ordinary city kingship no longer seemed sufficient. The language of rule had to expand to match the territory it claimed. Yet the very greatness of Akkad carried strain within it. The empire reached across different regions, languages, city traditions, and ecological zones. Holding such a system required military pressure, administrative continuity, and the cooperation or obedience of local elites. Rebellions were not accidents at the edge of the story. They were part of the normal condition of empire. The same cities that had once competed with one another now had a common reason to resist a distant center when opportunity appeared. Empire simplified the political map in one sense, but it multiplied the work required to keep that map in place. Later Mesopotamian tradition remembered the fall of Akkad through a mixture of history, theology, and moral explanation. The Guchians, a people from the Zagros region, appear in later accounts as disruptors of order, and the Curse of Akkad, a literary composition written after the empire, connected Akkad's downfall to Naram-Sin's offense against the god Enlil and the destruction of sacred order. Modern history treats such texts carefully. They are not neutral chronicles, but they reveal how Mesopotamians made sense of imperial collapse. A great empire could not simply fail because supply lines weakened. Rulers died, cities rebelled, or frontier peoples entered the plain. Its fall had to be understood in relation to the gods. The Akkadian Empire did not vanish in one clean moment. Its authority weakened, fragmented, and gave way across time, as central power failed to command what earlier kings had gathered. Some regions escaped control. Local rulers reappeared with stronger independence. The old cities resumed much of their importance. Akkad's own capital faded from sight so completely that later history has not securely recovered it. Still, the empire's legacy remained. It had shown that Mesopotamia could be ruled at a scale beyond the city-state. It had given later kings titles, ambitions, administrative models, and warnings. Sargon's memory endured with unusual force. Later Mesopotamian rulers looked back to him as an image of conquest, legitimacy, and royal destiny. Stories of his rise were copied and reshaped. His name became a model for kings who wanted their own rule to appear ancient and world-commanding. This is one of the strange powers of early empire. Even when its institutions fail, its memory can become stronger. Akkad was gone, but the idea of Akkad remained available to anyone who wished to imagine Mesopotamia as a land that could be gathered under one ruler. For Sumer, the Akkadian period was not only an interruption, it was also a transformation. Sumerian cities continued to matter, Sumerian religion remained central, and Sumerian scribal culture endured. But the old city-state world had been permanently altered by imperial possibility. From this point onward, Mesopotamian rulers could think in larger terms. They could seek not only local victory or regional supremacy, but dominion that crossed languages and landscapes. The empire had made political imagination wider. The story now turns toward the aftermath, where collapse did not mean emptiness. After Akkad's power receded, southern Mesopotamia did not forget how to organize labor, build temples, keep records, or claim kingship under divine favor. In Lagash, a ruler named Gudea would leave behind serene statues and long inscriptions of temple building. In Ur, Kings such as Urnama and Shulgi would create another powerful state, less legendary than Akkad in some ways, but astonishingly visible through bureaucracy. Sargon had shown Mesopotamia the first great empire. The next age would show how deeply administration could enter the life of a kingdom. Chapter 5: Gudea, Urnama, and the Bureaucratic State. After Akkad's authority receded, southern Mesopotamia did not become silent. Later tradition remembered part of the interval through the troubling name of the Gudians, mountain peoples from the Zagros who entered Mesopotamian memory as disruptors of kingship and order. The reality was likely more uneven than the literary memory suggests. Some cities suffered, some lines of authority broke, and the old imperial center no longer held the plain together. But local rulers, temple households, scribes, craftsmen, and farmers continued the work of Mesopotamian life. The collapse of an empire did not erase the older habits that had made empire possible. In Lagash, one of the clearest figures to emerge from this post-Akkadian world was Gudea. He was not remembered primarily as a conqueror, and that is part of his importance. His surviving statues show him seated or standing with calm, compact authority, hands folded, head covered, the body shaped from hard imported diorite. His inscriptions speak repeatedly of temple building, divine instruction, materials brought from distant lands, and the careful fulfillment of sacred duty. In a world where kings so often measured themselves through victory, Gudea made piety, construction, and ordered abundance into the public face of rule. The material of Gudea's statues already tells a political story. Diorite was not native to the southern Mesopotamian plain. It had to be obtained through long-distance connections, probably from regions far beyond Lagash's immediate fields and canals. When a ruler placed his image in such stone, he was doing more than commissioning sculpture. He was showing that his city could reach outward, command skilled workmanship, and make devotion durable in a substance harder than mud brick. The statue's stillness was not weakness. It was a claim that the ruler's service to the god could endure. Gudea's inscriptions describe the rebuilding of temples with a degree of detail that makes construction feel like a sacred administration. The god Ningirsu, patron of Lagash, appears as the divine authority behind the work. Materials arrive from different lands: timber, metals, stone, and other goods that the alluvial plain itself could not provide. Workers are gathered, plans are made, offerings are prepared, and the temple rises as a sign that city, ruler, god, and labor have been brought into alignment. The account is shaped by royal ideology, but it preserves a truth about Mesopotamian kingship. Building was government in visible form. The temple was not only a monument at the end of such labor, it was an institution that continued to act after the dedication ceremony had passed. It required fields, herds, personnel, storerooms, offerings, kitchens, craft specialists, and administrators. In Gudea's world, as in earlier Sumer, the sacred house was one of the great organizers of economic life. A temple could receive barley, wool, oil, animals, vessels, and labor, and each of these had to be counted or remembered. When a ruler boasted of building for the god, he was also boasting of his ability to coordinate the human and material world around that god. This is why the post-Akkadian revival in cities such as Lagash should not be treated merely as a pause between empires. It shows one of Mesopotamia's most durable patterns. After large political structures weakened, local institutions could restore order by returning to temple, field healed, inscription, and administrative routine. The city did not need to invent itself again from nothing. It already possessed a deep grammar of authority. Gods had houses, rulers built for them. Scribes recorded the goods. Workers received rations. Fields fed the institutions. Memory entered clay and stone. Farther west and south, another power was beginning to rise at Ur. Ur had been important long before the third dynasty of Ur, but under Ur-Nama it became the center of a state that combined royal ambition with remarkable administrative intensity. Ur-Nama founded what historians call the Ur-III dynasty around the end of the 22nd century BCE. He took royal titles, fought enemies, built temples, strengthened cities, and associated his reign with justice and order. His name is attached to one of the earliest known law codes, older than the more famous laws of Hammurabi by several centuries. Ur-Nama's law code survives only in copies and fragments, but even in that condition it matters greatly. Its prologue presents the king as a restorer of justice, a ruler who established proper measures, protected the vulnerable in formulaic royal language, and set penalties for offenses. Many of its punishments were expressed as fines in silver rather than the more physically reciprocal penalties known from some later law collections. The code should not be imagined as a modern statute book applied evenly through a centralized court system. It was a royal declaration of order, a written expression of what kingship claimed to do for society. In Ur-Nama, kingship again joined building, law, and sacred duty. He is associated with major construction, including work on the great ziggurat of Ur, the stepped temple platform dedicated to the moon god Nana. The ziggurat was not simply an impressive shape on the skyline. It was a built relationship between city and deity, a raised sacred center whose mass depended on huge quantities of brick, labor, and planning. Mud brick, the plain's ordinary material, could become monumental when multiplied by administration. The same clay that made tablets also made the architecture of divine presence. Ur-Nama's reign ended in battle, and later literary tradition remembered his death with lament. His son Shulgi inherited and expanded the state, ruling for many decades and leaving behind one of the most administratively visible reigns in ancient history. Shulgi presented himself as a powerful king, a judge, a builder, a warrior, a patron of roads and stations, and even a figure of extraordinary personal accomplishment in royal hymns. Some compositions praise his speed, learning, and divine favor in language that clearly belongs to royal ideology. Beneath that praise, however, lay a state with unusually strong systems of control. The Ur-III state is known through a vast number of clay tablets, many of them concerned with administration rather than narrative. They record livestock, grain, laborers, fields, textiles, deliveries, rations, silver, barley, and the movement of goods between institutions. Their abundance can feel overwhelming, but that is exactly their significance. For the first time in Mesopotamian history, the workings of a centralized state become visible in extraordinary detail. Kings still wrote inscriptions about gods and monuments, but the tablets show the daily weight of rule, counting, assigning, moving, feeding, receiving, and checking. A ration tablet from this world may seem plain beside a royal statue, yet it reveals the state more intimately. It might list barley issued to workers, quantities assigned to women in textile labor, provisions for men attached to a project, or animals transferred under official supervision. Such tablets were not written for later historians. They were instruments of management. Their purpose was to make sure that goods and people could be fitted into an accounting system. The calm surface of a tablet therefore carries a large social fact. The state had learned to see through numbers. Labor under Ur-3 could be highly organized. Workers were assigned to agricultural, building, transport, craft, and institutional tasks, often receiving rations in barley, oil, or wool. Some were dependent laborers attached to state or temple households. Others may have fulfilled obligations owed by communities or institutions. The exact categories can be difficult to translate into modern terms, and it is better not to flatten them into a single idea of freedom or servitude. What matters here is that the state possessed the administrative reach to classify labor, feed it, move it, and record it across time. The Bala system, a rotating arrangement of provincial contributions to the central state, shows the sophistication of Ur-3 organization. Provinces were expected to provide goods at assigned intervals, and these goods supported royal institutions, temples, labor forces, and ceremonial life. Officials were responsible for delivery and documentation. Such a system required more than power. It required calendars, measures, trained scribes, storage facilities, seals, transport, and habits of compliance. When it worked, it allowed Ur to draw resources from a wide landscape without depending only on immediate royal seizure. Standardization strengthened this world. Measures of grain, weights of silver, categories of labor, and forms of record-keeping became tools through which authority moved. A scribe trained in one office could understand procedures that linked him to others. A sealed tablet could travel as evidence. A number could convert a flock, a field, a ration, or a debt into something the state could compare. This was not bureaucracy in the modern sense. With impersonal offices fully separated from temple, palace, and household, it was still deeply royal, sacred, and personal. Yet it had already discovered the power of repeated forms. Scribal education therefore mattered greatly. The Ur-3 and Old Babylonian worlds that followed produced school tablets on which students copied signs, word lists, numbers, proverbs, and model texts. The training was demanding because cuneiform was not simple. It required memory, hand discipline, numerical skill, language knowledge, and familiarity with institutional habits. The young scribe did not merely learn to write words. He learned how a complex society organized reality into lists, categories, and accounts. Mesopotamia's love of lists was not a dry habit at the edge of culture. It was one of the ways the culture made the world manageable. The royal hymns of Shulgi reveal another side of the same state. In them, the king is not only an administrator, he is learned, divinely favored, strong, just, and present across the land. Royal ideology softened the hard edges of bureaucracy by giving it a sacred and personal center. The tablets could count sheep and barley, but the hymns explained why such order mattered and whose glory it served. A Mesopotamian king did not want to appear as a mere manager of warehouses. He wanted the state's order to seem like the visible form of divine favor. Still, the Ur-3 state was not permanent. Its final decades brought pressure from several directions. Amorite groups moving through the region, Elamite attacks from the east, internal strain, and difficulties that may have included ecological and economic problems. Ibbi-Sin, the last king of the dynasty, watched royal control contract as cities and officials slipped away. Ishbi-Era, originally one of his officials, established power at Isin, showing how quickly the servants of a weakening state could become founders of new dynasties. The system that had counted so carefully could not count its way out of every danger. The fall of Ur was remembered in laments that gave political collapse a sacred and emotional form. The destruction of the city, the abandonment by its gods, and the grief of its people were shaped into literature of great force. Such laments do not function as neutral reports, but they preserve how Mesopotamians thought about catastrophe. A city's fall was not only military defeat, it was a rupture in the relationship among gods, ruler, buildings, people, and land. To lose a city was to lose an ordered world. Yet even this fall did not end Mesopotamian civilization. The scribal habits, legal forms, temple traditions, royal titles, and administrative techniques of the Ur-3 state passed into the centuries that followed. Isin, Larsa, Babylon, and other powers inherited a world already disciplined by records. Amorite dynasties would rule cities whose institutions had roots older than their own political arrival. The language of justice, the prestige of building, the management of canals, the authority of tablets, and the memory of Sumerian kingship all remained available. The age of Gudea, Ur-Nama, and Shulgi therefore stands as one of Mesopotamia's great lessons in continuity after empire. Akkad had widened political imagination through conquest. Lagash and Ur restored and transformed that imagination through temple building, law-giving, and administration. In Gudea's statues, rule appears as reverent service in hard stone. In Ur-Nama's law, it appears as justice declared in the king's name. In Shulgi's tablets, it appears as a vast system of goods, labor, and numbers moving through clay records. The next world would be less centralized, more fragmented, and filled with new dynasties. But it would not be simpler. Along the roads and rivers between cities, Amorite kings, merchants, scribes, and messengers were already preparing the age of Mari, Izin, Larsa, and Babylon. Chapter 6: Amorite Kings, Mari Letters, and the Roads Between Cities. After the fall of the third dynasty of Mesopotamia did not return to the small world of isolated city-states that had existed before Akkad. The old structures remained too strong for that. Scribes still wrote on clay, temples still held land and memory, rulers still built for the gods, and cities still depended on canals, fields, storehouses, and long-distance trade. Yet the political center had loosened. No longer commanded the plain as it had under Shulgi and his successors. And into that loosened world came new dynasties, new alliances, and rulers whose names show the growing importance of Amorite-speaking peoples across Mesopotamia. The Amorites were not strangers arriving into an empty land. They had long been known in Mesopotamian texts as people associated with Western regions, pastoral movement, tribal groups, and frontier zones, though the written record often reflects the viewpoint of settled scribal states rather than the full reality of Amorite life. Over time, Amorite lineages became deeply embedded in Mesopotamian politics. They did not remain outside the city. They entered it, ruled it, married into its houses, worshipped in its temples, used its scribes, and adopted its royal language. By the early 2nd millennium BCE, many of the leading dynasties of Mesopotamia were Amorite in origin, but the civilization they governed was unmistakably Mesopotamian. This period is often called the Izin-Larsa Age, after two of the major southern powers that competed for the inheritance of Ishbi-Era, who had once served the last king of established himself at Izin, and his successors claimed the mantle of legitimate kingship. Larsa later rose as a rival power, especially under rulers such as Gungunum and, eventually, Rimsin. Cities that had once been managed within the III system now acted with renewed independence, but they do so inside a world still shaped by administrative memory. Kings could change, dynasties could change, and languages of power could shift, but the habits of tablets, seals, temple restoration, and canal maintenance endured. A southern king in this age had to govern more than a palace. He had to manage the relationship between old Sumerian sacred cities, Akkadian-speaking administration, Amorite family power, and the practical needs of irrigation agriculture. The canals did not care which dynasty claimed legitimacy. They still had to be cleared, repaired, and defended. A ruler who failed to keep water moving could lose more than crops. He could lose the confidence of temples, officials, and towns that depended on the flow. Royal inscriptions from the period often speak of building and restoration because these acts were not ornamental. They were proof that kingship still performed its oldest duties. The political map however, was not limited to the south. To the north and west, the city of Mari stood on the Euphrates, in a position that made it one of the great witnesses to this age. Mari was not new. It had been important since the 3rd millennium BCE, but in the 18th century BCE, its palace archives preserved an extraordinary record of royal life under Zimri-Lim and his world. Thousands of tablets from Mari contain letters, administrative accounts, diplomatic reports, intelligence notes, ritual concerns, and household matters. Few ancient palaces allow the modern reader to stand so close to the daily anxieties of government. Zimri-Lim did not rule in calm isolation. He came to power after the fall of a northern ruler whose reach had been unusually wide. Shamshi-Adad I. Shamshi-Adad, an Amorite king who established a powerful kingdom in Upper Mesopotamia, placed his sons in key cities and attempted to manage a broad territorial system through family rule, military force, and correspondence. His letters reveal a sharp, watchful kingship, especially in his instructions to his son Yazma-Adu, who governed Mari under his authority. After Shamshi-Adad's death, his system weakened, and Zimri-Lim was able to reclaim Mari, supported by alliances that tied him into the larger Amorite political world. The letters of Mari show how rule actually worked between cities. Kings wrote to one another with courtesy, suspicion, urgency, and calculation. Messengers carried tablets sealed in clay envelopes, moving along roads and river routes where delays could alter policy. A king might ask about troops, grain, omens, marriages, fugitives, merchants, border incidents, or the loyalty of a vassal. Officials reported what they had heard in another court. Servants of the palace wrote about supplies, rituals, and the movement of people. The great affairs of kingship appear not as a single royal command, but as a stream of messages that had to be read, trusted, doubted, answered, and stored. One small letter could carry the weight of a kingdom's uncertainty. A report from a provincial official might tell Zimri-Lim that a neighboring ruler had gathered troops, or that a group of nomads had shifted allegiance, or that an expected delivery had not arrived. The tablet itself would be modest, no larger than the need required, with signs pressed into clay by a trained hand. Yet once sealed and sent, it became a moving piece of royal awareness. The king at Mari could not see every frontier, every canal, every camp, or every court. Through letters, he extended his sight. This is why the Mari archives are so valuable. They preserve politics before later history has turned it into a smooth chain of causes and outcomes. In these letters, decisions are still unsettled. A marriage alliance has not yet succeeded. A military threat has not yet become a battle. A promise may still be false. A messenger may still be delayed. Kings appear less like statues and more like managers of uncertainty, surrounded by advisors, diviners, generals, relatives, scribes, and envoys. The world of Mari is not less grand because it is practical. It is more human because its grandeur depends on so many fragile acts of communication. Diplomatic marriage formed one of the strongest tools of this world. Zimri-Lim's household was connected through women whose marriages carried political meaning across dynasties and courts. Royal daughters could become queens in allied cities, and their letters or the letters about them reveal how family and diplomacy overlapped. Marriage created obligations, channels of influence, and sometimes trouble, because a woman placed in another court might remain tied to her birth family while also serving her husband's dynasty. In Mesopotamian politics, kinship was not private decoration around power. It was one of power's working instruments. Trade moved alongside diplomacy. Tin, essential for making bronze when combined with copper, traveled through long-distance networks that linked Mesopotamia to Anatolia, Iran, and regions farther beyond. Textiles, especially woolen goods, were produced in Mesopotamian cities and moved through commercial routes. Silver served as a major standard of value. Donkeys carried loads across difficult distances where rivers did not reach, and merchants depended on credit, partnerships, family firms, and local protections. A palace might intervene in trade, tax it, direct it, or depend upon it. But not all commerce was simply palace command. Private initiative and official power were woven together. Assur, in northern Mesopotamia, already had a strong commercial identity in this broad age. Old Assyrian merchants established colonies in Anatolia, especially at Kanesh, where their tablets preserve family business, loans, contracts, caravan arrangements, and disputes. Though Assyria's later fame would rest heavily on empire and armies, its earlier world was deeply mercantile. The same northern regions that would later produce imperial kings were already training people in distance, calculation, risk, and record keeping. Silver, tin, wool, and debt left their traces in clay long before Assyrian palace reliefs displayed conquest. The southern cities, meanwhile, continued their own competitions. Ezan claimed legitimacy after but Larsa grew stronger across generations. Control over Nippur remained important because of its sacred prestige. Though no longer the capital of a great territorial state, remained a city of religious and historical weight. Babylon, still not the supreme city it would later become, was rising within this same crowded landscape. Its rulers belonged to an Amorite dynasty, and for much of the period Babylon was only one power among several. Its later greatness can make its early position look inevitable, but it was not inevitable at all. That is one of the quiet lessons of this age. The future was still open. A person living in the world of Zimri-Lim or Rim-Sin would not necessarily have assumed that Babylon would become the name later attached to Mesopotamian law, learning, and imperial magnificence. Larsa was powerful. Mari was wealthy and strategically placed. Eshnuna mattered in the Diyala region. Assur had commercial reach. Aleppo, Qatna, and other Syrian powers shaped the Western networks. Elam remained a force to the east. Babylon's rise came from a specific sequence of political choices, alliances, wars, and opportunities, not from destiny. Palaces in this period were centers of storage, ceremony, residence, administration, and display. The palace at Mari, with its courtyards, reception rooms, wall paintings, archives, and administrative spaces, gives a rare sense of how royal power occupied architecture. Messengers entered with tablets, officials waited for orders, goods were collected, redistributed, and recorded. Ritual specialists, musicians, guards, scribes, servants, envoys, and royal family members all belonged to the life of the building. It was not merely where the king lived, it was where the kingdom became organized around his presence. Divination also shaped decision-making. Kings did not treat political action as purely human calculation. Omens, dreams, liver divination, prophetic messages, and ritual consultation could all influence policy. The Mari letters contain reports of divine messages and ritual concerns, showing that a ruler's world included signs from gods as well as reports from scouts. To a modern reader, this may seem separate from administration, but in Mesopotamia the two belong together. A king wanted intelligence from men and approval from gods. Both entered the archive. Scribes made such a world possible. Their work required more than mechanical writing. They had to know formulas of address, administrative categories, diplomatic etiquette, numbers, seals, and the proper handling of clay documents. A poorly phrased letter could offend. A missing detail could mislead. A tablet had to be shaped, inscribed, sometimes enclosed in a clay envelope, sealed, and sent. On arrival, it had to be opened and read by someone trained to understand it. The scribal class formed the nervous system of this political world, carrying messages between places that no single ruler could personally hold. The language of the period was also layered. Sumerian remained important in scholarship, religion, and learned tradition, while Akkadian, in its Old Babylonian form, became the dominant written language of much administration and correspondence. Amorite names appeared everywhere, but Amorite itself was not the main language of scribal record. This layering is characteristic of Mesopotamia. Political newcomers did not erase the older culture. They entered its written systems, adapted its gods and titles, and made their own dynastic ambitions legible through inherited forms. The roads between cities therefore carried more than goods. They carried ways of ruling. A treaty formula used in one court could be recognized in another. A scribe trained in one tradition could serve a new dynasty. A royal daughter moved from one palace to another with attendants, expectations, and letters following after her. A merchant carried tin toward a city where bronze tools and weapons depended on distant supply. A diviner's warning could travel as urgently as news of an army. Mesopotamia in this age was politically fragmented, but it was communicatively dense. Still, fragmentation brought danger. Alliances shifted, and today's brother could become tomorrow's enemy in the language of royal diplomacy. Small kingdoms survived by reading the intentions of larger neighbors. A ruler could be crushed between stronger powers if he misjudged timing. Zimri-Lim's Marie, for all its wealth and correspondence, would eventually fall to Hammurabi of Babylon. The archives that preserve its voice survived in part because the palace was destroyed and its tablets remained in the ruins. History often keeps what catastrophe accidentally protects. Before that fall, however, Mary's letters reveal a world in motion. They show kings asking for news, queens intervening in palace affairs, generals reporting on troop movements, officials worrying about supplies, and diviners sending warnings from the gods. They show that Mesopotamian civilization was not only made in the great southern cities of Sumer and Babylon, it also lived along the Euphrates, in the north, in trade colonies, in diplomatic marriages, in caravan accounts, and in the daily work of maintaining contact across distance. By the time Babylon began its decisive rise under Hammurabi, the stage had been prepared by this older network of rivalry and exchange. The Ur-3 state had fallen, but its administrative legacy remained. Amorite dynasties had entered the cities and made themselves Mesopotamian kings. Ezan and Larsa had competed for southern legitimacy. Mary had watched the roads and rivers of the west. Ashur's merchants had learned the disciplines of trade over long distances. Eshnunna, Elam, and other powers had shaped the balance around Babylon. Hammurabi inherited a world already crowded with institutions, ambitions, and records. The age of Amorite kings and Mari letters therefore stands between two forms of order. Behind it lay the centralized bureaucracy of Ur, with its heavy accounting and royal system. Ahead of it lay Babylon's ascent, where one city would gather much of southern Mesopotamia under a ruler whose name became almost inseparable from written law. In between, the roads were busy, the tablets numerous, the alliances uncertain, and the future still undecided. Out of that uncertain world, Babylon would rise slowly, then suddenly, under Hammurabi. Chapter 7: Hammurabi and the Authority of Written Law. Hammurabi did not begin as the inevitable master of Mesopotamia. When he came to the throne of Babylon in the early 18th century BCE, his city was important, but it was not yet the unquestioned center of the land. Older powers still carried weight. Larsa held much of the south under Rim-Sin. Eshnunna mattered in the Diyala region. Mary watched the Euphrates roads under Zimri-Lim. Assyria's northern world had recently been shaped by Shamshi-Adad Afur and the political arrangements that followed him. Elam, to the east, could still influence the balance of power. Babylon stood among rivals, and Hammurabi's early reign was spent inside a world where patience could matter as much as force. The dynasty Hammurabi inherited was Amorite in origin, but by his time Babylonian kingship had become deeply Mesopotamian in expression. Hammurabi used the inherited language of temples, gods, canals, justice, royal building, and written authority. He did not present himself as a foreign war leader standing outside the traditions of Sumer and Akkad. He ruled as a king of the old riverland, one who honored Marduk of Babylon, restored sacred buildings, managed water, and claimed to protect the ordered life of his people. This ability to enter older forms of legitimacy was one of the great strengths of Amorite rule. For many years, Hammurabi expanded carefully. He fortified, negotiated, waited, and joined alliances when useful. Mesopotamian politics in this period did not move in straight lines. Kings called one another brothers while measuring advantage, sent gifts while preparing campaigns, and used marriage, envoys, omens, and intelligence to judge the moment. The Mari letters preserve this wider diplomatic world, and they show that Hammurabi was not an isolated lawgiver seated above history. He was a working king in a crowded field of uncertain loyalties. His later fame can make his success appear calm and predetermined, but the records suggest a ruler who knew how to let events mature before acting. The balance began to change as larger powers collided. Elamite intervention in Mesopotamia created danger for several kingdoms, and Hammurabi at times acted within coalitions against common threats. Once immediate dangers had passed, however, old allies could become obstacles. This was not hypocrisy in the language of the age. It was the normal grammar of royal survival. A king who helped another ruler today might weaken him tomorrow if the political map required it. Hammurabi's achievement lay partly in reading these changes with unusual discipline. Rimsin of Larsa was one of Hammurabi's most important rivals. Larsa had grown powerful over generations and controlled much of southern Babylonia. Rimsin himself had ruled for decades, a sign of political endurance that should not be underestimated. His kingdom included cities with deep Sumerian memory, rich agricultural land, and important religious centers. To defeat Larsa was not merely to take another city. It was to absorb a southern order that had long claimed the inheritance of earlier Mesopotamian kingship. When Hammurabi finally moved against Rimsin, the result changed Babylon's place in history. Larsa fell, and Babylon gained control over much of southern Mesopotamia. The conquest brought old cities, temples, canals, scribes, fields, and archives under Hammurabi's authority. It also brought burdens. A city that wins land must govern it. Fields have to be assessed, officials appointed, temples respected, canals maintained, and former enemies watched. Conquest enlarged the royal name, but administration had to make the enlargement last. Hammurabi also turned against Mari, the city whose letters have preserved so much of the diplomatic world that made Babylon's rise possible. Zimri Lim had once been connected to Hammurabi through alliance, but Mari's strategic position on the Euphrates made it too important to remain fully independent once Babylon had grown stronger. Hammurabi defeated Mari, and the palace was eventually destroyed. The tablets survived in the ruins, carrying forward the voices of a court whose political life had ended. There is a measured irony in this. Babylon's expansion helped preserve the record of the very world it overtook. By the later part of Hammurabi's reign, Babylon had become the leading power in southern Mesopotamia. Yet the kingdom was still held together through institutions older than Hammurabi himself. The temples of ancient cities did not cease to matter because Babylon had grown. Scribes continued to use established forms. Local officials remained necessary. Land, labor, debt, inheritance, irrigation, trade, and family arrangements all required regular handling. A successful king could not govern only through victory inscriptions. He needed order to be visible in the daily arrangements of society. This is the setting in which Hammurabi's famous law stele should be understood. It was not a modern legal code in the full sense of a complete statute book, nor should it be imagined as the only law by which every case was decided in every court. It was a royal monument of justice, a public declaration of order, and an ideological statement about the king's role. At the top of the stele, Hammurabi stands before Shamash, the sun god associated with justice. The image makes the source of royal authority clear. The king receives or stands under divine sanction, and the laws below become part of that sacred order. The stele itself was made of dark stone, far more durable than ordinary clay. Its text was written in Akkadian, using cuneiform signs, and it contained a prologue, a long series of legal clauses, and an epilogue praising the king's justice. The object-joined image, language, law, and royal memory in one form. A viewer did not need to read every clause to understand the claim. Hammurabi wanted his rule to be remembered as justice made visible, fixed in stone, protected by the gods, and available as a standard for the land. The clauses themselves open a window into old Babylonian society. They speak of property, debt, injury, wages, marriage, inheritance, adoption, slaves, merchants, builders, boatmen, physicians, farmers, shepherds, tavern keepers, judges, and witnesses. They are not gentle in the modern sense, and they reflect a sharply hierarchical society in which penalties could differ according to social rank. Yet their importance lies in the way they reveal a society thinking systematically about responsibility. If a builder's work failed, if a field was neglected, if a debtor could not pay, if a judge changed his judgment, if irrigation water damaged another man's field, the law stele imagined consequences. Irrigation clauses are especially revealing because they return the history of Mesopotamia to its oldest foundation. A man who failed to maintain his dike, allowing water to damage neighboring fields, could be held responsible for the loss. Such a rule belongs to a land where water was never merely natural. It was managed, directed, shared, and dangerous when neglected. The law gave legal form to what Mesopotamian communities had known for millennia. The failure of one field owner or canal user could become the suffering of another. Debt also appears repeatedly. Old Babylonian society depended on loans, obligations, silver, grain, land, labor, and family security, and debt could press heavily on households. Some clauses addressed debt bondage, pledges, repayment, and the protection or limitation of certain obligations. These laws do not describe an equal world, but they show that debt had become a matter of public concern. A king who claimed justice had to speak about the pressures that could pull households apart. even if he did not remove the hierarchy that made those pressures possible. The law stele also brings smaller social settings into view. Tavern keepers appear in clauses concerning payment, conspiracy, and proper conduct. Merchants and agents appear in rules about entrusted goods and profit. Judges are warned against altering decisions after judgment has been rendered. Witnesses matter because legal memory required people, documents, and formal procedure. The old Babylonian world was not governed by royal command alone. It depended on layered acts of testimony, contract, oath, seal, and record. Schools formed another part of this written culture. Old Babylonian scribal education is known from many tablets on which students copied signs, word lists, model contracts, proverbs, mathematical problems, and literary compositions. A student learned by repetition, pressing signs into clay again and again until the hand and memory carried the system together. Mathematics reached a high level in this scribal world, including tables, reciprocals, geometry, and problems that show remarkable numerical skill. Such education served administration, but it also preserved literature and older Sumerian tradition. A law stele could exist because many generations had already made writing a disciplined craft. Hammurabi's justice must therefore be seen inside a broader written order. The king did not invent law, writing, or administration. Earlier rulers, including Urnama, had already used royal law-giving as an expression of justice. Courts, contracts, and customary practices existed beyond the stele. What Hammurabi did was give one of the most enduring forms to the image of the king as guardian of order. His monument survived in later copies and discoveries with such force that his name became almost inseparable from ancient law itself. Yet Hammurabi's political achievement did not endure unchanged after his death. His son Samsu-iluna inherited a large kingdom, but maintaining Hammurabi's conquests proved difficult. Southern cities rebelled. Economic and environmental pressures strained the state, and regions that had been brought under Babylonian rule did not remain obedient simply because they had once been defeated. This is a familiar Mesopotamian pattern. A great king could gather cities into one kingdom, but succession tested the strength of what he had built. The work of holding often proved harder than the work of winning. Hammurabi's reign stands at the meeting point of conquest and order. He was a military ruler who defeated rivals, absorbed cities, and ended the independence of powers such as Larsa and Mari. He was also a builder, administrator, and royal author of justice in the public language of his age. The same king who changed the political map also left behind a monument that speaks of fields, debts, wages, witnesses, and dikes. This combination explains his long memory. He was not remembered only because he ruled widely, nor only because he wrote laws. He was remembered because he made conquest and justice appear to belong to the same royal task. For Mesopotamia, Babylon's rise under Hammurabi marked a new center of gravity. Sumerian cities still carried their ancient prestige, and Assyria in the north would later rise to extraordinary power. But Babylon now entered history as one of the great names of the ancient world. Its god Marduk would grow in importance. Its scribal traditions would flourish. Its political fortunes would rise, fall, and rise again across many centuries. Hammurabi's Babylon was not the final form of Mesopotamian civilization, but it became one of its most enduring symbols. The world after Hammurabi would show again how fragile greatness could be. The first Babylonian dynasty would weaken. Southern rebellion would trouble the kingdom. Distant powers would intervene. A Hittite king from Anatolia would eventually descend upon Babylon, and the city that Hammurabi had raised to such authority would suffer a fall that later generations remembered as a turning point. Yet, as so often in Mesopotamia, political collapse did not mean cultural disappearance. The clay tablets, the temple traditions, the law-giving memory, and the habits of written order would remain, waiting to be taken up by new rulers under old skies. Chapter 8. After Babylon's First Great Fall. After Hammurabi's death, the kingdom he had gathered did not remain still in the shape he left behind. His son Samsu-iluna inherited the throne of Babylon, along with the old difficulty that had troubled many Mesopotamian rulers before him. Conquest could be achieved in one reign, but obedience had to be renewed in the next. Cities that had submitted to Hammurabi did not forget their older traditions, older gods, older claims, and older rivalries. In the south, where the memories of Sumerian cities ran deep and the canals still determined life, Babylonian authority began to face resistance almost as soon as the great lawgiver's hand was gone. Samsu-iluna was not an insignificant ruler, and his reign lasted for decades, but the pressures upon him were severe. Rebellions broke out in the south, where cities such as Uruk, Izin, and Larsa had long histories of independence and sacred prestige. Royal inscriptions and later records suggest campaigns, suppression, disruption, and a gradual weakening of Babylon's hold over the lower land. Some cities suffered decline, some were partly abandoned or reduced. The southern economy, already dependent on delicate irrigation systems and vulnerable soils, appears to have faced serious strain. A state could defeat rebels, but it could not easily command the old balance of water, salt, labor, and loyalty once that balance had shifted. The South was not merely a region on a map. It was the ancient heartland of Sumer, the land of Uruk and of Nippur and Lagash, of old temples whose authority reached far behind Babylon's rise. To rule it required more than military presence. A king had to maintain canals, honor gods, manage fields, appoint officials, and persuade local institutions that Babylonian rule could protect their place in the world. When rebellion disturbed that relationship, the damage was not only political, it touched agriculture, temple life, scribal continuity, and the movement of goods between cities. In this period, the old problem of Mesopotamian environment returned with force. Irrigation made southern agriculture possible, but it also carried long-term risks. Water brought salts into the soil, and where drainage was poor and evaporation strong, fields could become less productive over time. Scholars debate the exact scale and timing of salinization, and it should not be treated as a single simple explanation for political change. Still, the difficulty of maintaining agriculture in the lower plain was real. Mesopotamian civilization had always depended on disciplined management, and when political order weakened, the physical systems of life could weaken with it. Babylon's first dynasty therefore entered a long period of contraction. The cities and lands Hammurabi had joined under his authority did not all remain securely under his successors. In the far south, a new line of rulers associated with the so-called Sealand dynasty emerged, probably in the marshy and coastal regions where Babylon's reach was harder to maintain. Their history is still partly obscure, known through fragmentary king lists, later references, and scattered records. Yet their existence shows that Babylonian kingship no longer fully controlled the old southern world. Power had begun to divide again. The weakening of Babylon did not mean the disappearance of Babylonian culture. Scribes continued to copy texts. Temples continued their ritual lives where conditions allowed. Legal and administrative documents were still written. The Old Babylonian period remained one of extraordinary literary and scholarly richness, preserving Sumerian compositions, developing Akkadian literature, and training scribes in schools where lists, proverbs, hymns, mathematics, and model contracts shaped the learned mind. Political borders shifted, but the written culture of Mesopotamia often moved through such changes with remarkable persistence. Far to the northwest, another power was growing in Anatolia, the Hittites. Their kingdom was centered beyond Mesopotamia, in a landscape of plateaus, mountains, and routes very different from the alluvial plain of Babylonia. In the 16th century BCE, the Hittite king Mursili-Fersi led a long campaign that reached deep into Syria and then down toward Babylon itself. The event seems almost startling in the history of the city. Babylon, whose name had become so important under Hammurabi, was reached by a king from far beyond the old Mesopotamian world. The Hittite sack of Babylon in 1595 BCE is one of those events that later chronology uses as a marker, though the details remain limited. Mursili's forces entered Babylon, and the first dynasty of Babylon came to an end. Later tradition remembered that the statue of Marduk, Babylon's chief god, was taken away, a symbolic loss of enormous weight if the tradition reflects the event accurately. In Mesopotamian thought, the removal of a god's image from a city was not only a political disaster, it meant that the city's divine protection and ritual center had been displaced. The city could still stand, but its order had been wounded. The Hittites did not remain to rule Babylonia. Their campaign was destructive and significant, but it did not create a lasting Hittite state in southern Mesopotamia. Mursili himself later returned to Anatolia and was assassinated, and Hittite politics entered their own troubles. This makes the fall of Babylon especially revealing. A powerful blow from outside could end a dynasty without replacing it with a stable new order. The result was not straightforward conquest, but a break in continuity, an opening through which new rulers could eventually establish themselves. Those new rulers were the Kassites. Their origins lay outside the old urban heartland, probably in the Zagros region or its surrounding zones, and they had appeared in Babylonian records before their rise to full power. Like the Amorites before them, the Kassites entered Mesopotamian history first as outsiders in the language of older states, then gradually became rulers of Babylonia itself. Their success was not based on rejecting Babylonian civilization. It rested on adopting, preserving, and reshaping it. This pattern had already appeared more than once in Mesopotamia. Newcomers became legitimate by learning the language of old institutions. The Kassite dynasty ruled Babylonia for an exceptionally long period, roughly from the mid-2nd millennium to the 12th century BCE. This longevity is easy to overlook because the Kassite age lacks the concentrated fame of Sargon, Hammurabi, or Nebuchadnezzar. Yet endurance is itself a historical achievement. After the turbulence that followed Hammurabi's dynasty, Kassite rule gave Babylonia a long span of relative stability. The old city of Babylon remained important. Marduk's cult continued to rise in prestige, and southern Mesopotamia remained tied to its temples, scribes, land systems, and scholarly traditions. Kassite kings used Babylonian royal forms with care. They restored temples, made offerings, issued inscriptions, and presented themselves as legitimate guardians of the land. Some bore Kassite names, yet they ruled through the inherited prestige of Babylonian kingship. They did not need to make Babylonia Kassite in every cultural sense. Instead, they became Babylonian kings of Kassite origin, and that difference matters. Mesopotamia had a long capacity to absorb ruling groups into its older structures, so long as those groups honored the gods, maintained the temples, and allowed scribal culture to continue. One of the most distinctive material forms of the Kassite period was the kuduru, a stone monument recording land grants, privileges, or boundary arrangements. These stones often carried inscriptions and divine symbols, invoking the gods as protectors of the grant. A kuduru was not simply a marker set in a field. Many were probably kept in temples, where their authority rested under divine witness. Their surfaces joined law, land, image, and sacred sanction in a way that feels deeply Mesopotamian. Land was not only owned or assigned, it was remembered, protected, and placed under the gaze of gods. Such boundary stones reveal the continuing importance of landholding and royal favor. A king could reward officials, temples, or loyal servants with land or exemptions. The grant needed to be recorded because memory could be contested. Divine symbols on the stone warned against violation, and curses in the text could threaten anyone who altered the arrangement. The world of the kuduru shows Mesopotamian order working through durable objects, much as earlier kings had used stelas, tablets, plaques, and statues. Authority became stronger when it could be placed into matter. The Kassite period also connected Babylonia to the wider Late Bronze Age world. Kings corresponded with other great powers, including Egypt, Assyria, Elam, and Hittite rulers. Diplomatic marriages, gifts, gold, horses, chariots, and formal language moved between courts. Babylonia was no longer only the southern riverland looking inward toward its own old cities. It was part of an international system in which kings called one another brothers, exchanged precious goods, negotiated marriages, and measured status through carefully phrased letters. The clay tablet remained the carrier of diplomacy, but the horizon had widened. Horses and chariots grew in importance across the Near East during the second millennium BCE, and Kassite Babylonia belonged to that wider military and aristocratic culture. Some Kassite-associated terms connected with horses entered Babylonian usage, a small linguistic trace of changing elite practices. Chariot warfare, horse training, and the prestige of equid management were not uniquely Kassite, but they formed part of the world in which Kassite rulers operated. The old river civilization had always borrowed what it needed from beyond the plain. In this age, the borrowed elements included not only stone and metal, but also military technologies and aristocratic habits. Babylon's religious prestige continued to grow under and after Kassite rule. Marduk, once the city god of Babylon, came increasingly to occupy a central position in Babylonian theology. This process was gradual, and it should not be reduced to a single royal decision. The political rise of Babylon under Hammurabi, the city's continuing importance, temple traditions, scribal elaboration, and later theological developments all contributed. The famous creation poem, often called Enuma Elish, in which Marduk receives supreme kingship among the gods, belongs to the broader history of Babylonian religious thought and royal ideology. Its world reflects the elevation of Babylon into a cosmic center. Kassite rule also preserved the scholarly inheritance of earlier Mesopotamia. Scribes continued copying Sumerian and Akkadian texts, maintaining lexical lists, hymns, myths, omens, and administrative forms. The Sumerian language was no longer spoken as an ordinary living language, but it remained deeply important in schools, temples, and learned tradition. In this sense, Mesopotamian civilization had become consciously archival. It did not merely live in the present. It studied, copied, and preserved its own past. A scribe in Kassite Babylonia could participate in traditions already ancient by his own time. This preservation did not mean stagnation. Cultures that copy also select, arrange, comment, and reinterpret. The act of copying a Sumerian hymn in a later school was not a dead exercise. It trained the hand, disciplined the memory, and placed the student inside a chain of learning. A lexical list could look dry, but it carried the structure of a learned world, matching signs, words, meanings, pronunciations, and categories. Mesopotamian scribal culture endured because it made the past usable. The old signs remained alive as tools of office, ritual, scholarship, and prestige. Politically, Kassite Babylonia eventually faced growing pressure from Assyria to the north and Elam to the east. Assyria, which had long existed as a city, trading culture, and regional power, was beginning to harden into a more assertive territorial state. Elam remained a persistent force capable of intervention in Babylonian affairs. Babylonia's position between these powers made stability difficult to preserve forever. The long Kassite dynasty, like every Mesopotamian order before it, rested on conditions that could change. In the 12th century BCE, Elamite forces eventually brought Kassite rule to an end, carrying away important monuments and divine images. Among the objects taken to Susa was the stele of Hammurabi, which is why it was found there in modern times rather than in Babylon. This later removal is a quiet reminder that Mesopotamian objects lived long historical lives. A monument made for one king could be carried off by another power centuries later, buried in a different land, and recovered in a modern excavation far from its original setting. Stone and clay often traveled after the kingdoms that made them had fallen. The end of Kassite rule did not erase Babylonia any more than the fall of Hammurabi's dynasty had erased it. The country would pass through further dynasties, foreign pressures, revivals, and defeats. Babylon itself remained a name of enormous force. Its scribes, priests, temples, and traditions continued to matter not only to Babylonians, but also to Assyrians, Persians, Greeks, and later readers who inherited fragments of its memory. The city had already survived one great fall. It would survive others. The history of Babylon after Hammurabi therefore teaches a slower lesson than the law stele alone can offer. A dynasty may end, a city may be entered by foreign troops, a divine statue may be removed, and a political order may contract. Yet the civilization beneath these events can continue through institutions that know how to absorb shock. The Kassites, like the Amorites before them, entered Mesopotamia's older world and were changed by it. They ruled by becoming part of its memory, not by replacing it wholesale. By the time the Kassite centuries had run their course, Mesopotamia had become a civilization with a long awareness of its own antiquity. Sumer was already ancient. Akkad was already legendary. Hammurabi belonged to a remembered past. Babylon had fallen and risen. Temples had been restored. Statues carried away and returned. Tablets copied. Land grants inscribed. And gods elevated through theology and ritual. The land between the rivers had learned to survive political breakage by placing continuity in clay, stone, cult, and school. In the north, meanwhile, Assur was gathering strength from another path, one that began with merchants and would eventually lead to empire. Chapter 9: Assur, Merchants, and the Making of Assyria. Assyria's story begins in the north, where Mesopotamia changed its character. The lower land of Sumer and Babylonia had been shaped by wide alluvial plains, irrigation channels, marshes, and cities that depended on the careful direction of river water. Assur, the city that gave Assyria its name, stood farther upstream on the Tigris, in a world of different distances and different pressures. Rainfall mattered more there than in the south. Hills and routes opened toward Anatolia and Iran, and the city's position made it a meeting place between the riverland and the uplands beyond it. Before Assyria became famous for empire, It learned the habits of movement. The city of Ashur was both a place and a divine name. The god Ashur, whose identity became inseparable from the city, gave Assyrian kingship a sacred center, unlike the older southern pattern in which many cities competed under the broad authority of deities such as Enlil, Nana, Inanna, and Marduk. In Assyria, the city, the god, and the political community were bound with unusual closeness. A king of Assyria would later present himself not merely as a ruler favored by Ashur, but as the god's appointed servant in the ordering of the world. That later imperial theology had early roots in the city's civic identity. The first great evidence for Assyrian life does not come from royal conquest, but from trade. In the early 2nd millennium BCE, Assyrian merchants established a remarkable commercial presence in Anatolia, especially at Kanesh, also known as Kultepe. Their tablets, found in large numbers, preserve one of the most intimate archives of ancient business. They record loans, partnerships, shipments, taxes, family disputes, marriages, profit shares, debts, legal arrangements, and letters exchanged between merchants abroad and families back home in Assur. Long before Assyrian kings ruled provinces from the Persian Gulf to Egypt, Assyrian merchants were already learning how to think across distance. The trade itself depended on materials that link different regions into one economic chain. Tin, probably moving through long-distance networks from farther east before passing through Assyrian hands, was carried into Anatolia, where it could be exchanged for silver and other goods. Woolen textiles from Mesopotamia also formed a major part of the business. Donkey caravans crossed the routes between Assur and Anatolian trading centers, carrying loads that represented credit, trust, calculation, and danger. Each journey required capital, animals, guards, local agreements, and patience. A caravan was an economic instrument moving slowly across a difficult landscape. At Kanesh, the Assyrian merchants lived in a trading quarter known in the texts as a kurum. This was not a colony in the later imperial sense, with Assyrian soldiers governing Anatolian cities. It was a commercial community operating under agreements with local rulers, paying taxes, maintaining legal procedures, and managing its own internal affairs. The merchants wrote in Old Assyrian, a form of Akkadian, using cuneiform on clay tablets. Their letters carry the direct concerns of business life: whether tin had arrived safely, whether silver had been paid, whether a partner had acted honestly, whether a family member in Assur had managed household affairs properly. One letter from this world might concern a shipment delayed on the road, another a dispute over silver, another a wife reminding her husband abroad of responsibilities at home. The tone can be practical, impatient, affectionate, and severe by turns. These were not royal proclamations polished for monuments. They were working documents, written because money, goods, and reputation were at stake. Through them, Assyria appears first, not as a machine of war, but as a society of households stretched across trade routes. The family firm was one of the basic units of this commerce. A merchant traveling or residing in Anatolia might depend on brothers, sons, wives, agents, creditors, and partners in Assur. Women in Assur could manage textile production, correspondence, property, and household decisions while male relatives worked abroad. Some letters show women speaking firmly about financial matters, reminding absent husbands or brothers of debts, shipments, and domestic obligations. The archive gives Assyrian economic life a texture that royal inscriptions rarely provide. Trade was not an abstract system. It passed through families. Silver was central to this world because it served as a major standard of value. Profits were calculated, loans issued, interest expected, and obligations recorded with care. A merchant might borrow silver to purchase goods, send tin and textiles into Anatolia, sell them at a profit, and return value through partners or caravans. The risks were considerable. Goods could be delayed, taxed, confiscated, lost, or mismanaged. Local politics could interfere. A trusted partner could fail. The clay tablets of Kanesh preserve not only success, but worry, accusation, negotiation, and the constant need to make trust durable through writing. This commercial Assyria already contained habits that later empire would use in different form. It knew distance. It knew record keeping. It knew the value of roads, stations, agreements, and official protection. It knew how to move goods between regions with different languages, laws, and rulers. It knew that a center could remain powerful even when its agents operated far away. The merchants of Kanesh did not create the Neo-Assyrian Empire, but they belonged to a society in which long-distance coordination had become normal centuries before imperial conquest reached its height. Assur itself remained the anchor. The city was not large like later Nineveh at its peak, but it carried sacred and political weight. Its temple of Assur stood at the heart of Assyrian identity, and its ruling families developed forms of authority that differed from the southern Babylonian model. In the earlier periods, Assur's ruler often bore the title of vice-regent or steward of the god Assur, a title that expressed service to the divine owner of the city. Kingship here had a civic and religious compactness. The human ruler governed under a god whose name was also the name of the land's central city. During the age of Shamshi-Adad I in the early 2nd millennium BCE, northern Mesopotamia briefly came under the rule of a powerful Amorite king who took Assur and built a larger kingdom across upper Mesopotamia. Shamshi-Adad's system did not last long after his death, but it showed the strategic importance of the north. From cities such as Shubat Enlil, Ekalatum, and Mari, rulers could watch routes that connected Mesopotamia to Syria, Anatolia, and the Zagros. Assur's future would be shaped by this geography. It lay in a region where trade, pastoral movement, frontier pressure, and military opportunity met one another. After the old Assyrian trading age and the political experiments of the early 2nd millennium, Assyria passed through periods of weakness and subordination. Powerful neighbors, including Mitanni, influenced or controlled parts of northern Mesopotamia. The record is uneven, as it often is in centuries where later empires have not preserved every local turn. Yet Ashur did not disappear. Its god, merchant memory, urban institutions, and ruling traditions endured. In Mesopotamian history, such endurance often matters as much as conquest, because a city that preserves its identity through weaker centuries may later become the center of sudden expansion. That expansion began to take clearer form in the Middle Assyrian period. Ashurbanipal I, ruling in the 14th century BCE, is often seen as a major restorer of Assyrian power. He broke away from Mitanni dominance and inserted Assyria into the diplomatic world of great kings. In the Amarna correspondence, Assyrian diplomacy appears beside the affairs of Egypt, Babylonia, Mitanni, and Hatti. This was not yet the vast Neo-Assyrian Empire, but it was an important change in status. Assyria was no longer merely a northern city with commercial traditions. It was becoming a kingdom whose ruler expected recognition among major powers. Ashurbanipal's age also drew Assyria into the affairs of Babylonia. Marriages, succession struggles, and military intervention linked the two lands in ways that would continue for centuries. Assyria and Babylonia were culturally close, sharing Akkadian language traditions, cuneiform learning, gods with related functions, and a deep inheritance from the older Mesopotamian world. Yet their political relationship was often tense. Babylonia possessed ancient prestige, especially through Babylon, Nippur, and the old southern cities. Assyria increasingly possessed military strength. The rivalry between northern power and southern cultural authority became one of the central themes of later Mesopotamian history. Middle Assyrian kings developed a harder territorial state. They campaigned against mountain peoples, controlled agricultural land, founded or reorganized settlements, and imposed obligations on subject populations. Royal inscriptions from this world speak in a firmer language of command than the merchant letters of Kanesh. The king appears as a warrior, hunter, builder, judge, and servant of Ashur. The state became more military in posture, partly because Assyria's geography placed it among frontier zones where pressure from the Zagros, Anatolia, Syria, and Babylonia could not be ignored. To survive there, Assyria learned to be watchful. Adad-nirari I, Shalmaneser I, and Tukulti-Ninurta I carried Assyrian power farther during the 13th century BCE. They fought Mitanni and its successor states, campaigned in northern and western lands, and intervened in Babylonia. Tukulti-Ninurta I even conquered Babylon for a time, a deed heavy with symbolic consequence. To defeat Babylon was not simply to defeat a rival kingdom. It was to lay hands on one of the great secret and cultural centers of Mesopotamia. Later Assyrian kings would repeatedly face the same problem. They could conquer Babylonia, but ruling it without offending its prestige was far more difficult. Tukulti-Ninurta's reign also shows the dangers of royal overreach. He built a new royal city, Kartukulti-Ninurta, near Assur, perhaps to express his own power in architectural form. Founding a new city could magnify kingship, but it could also unsettle older institutions. His later fate was violent, and tradition remembered his death at the hands of his own sons or nobles. The details are not all secure, but the pattern is familiar. A strong king could expand the state and still weaken his own position if the balance among court, city, god, and army became strained. Assyrian law from the Middle Assyrian period also reveals a society sharply ordered by hierarchy, household authority, property, and gendered control. The Middle Assyrian laws are not gentle documents, and they must be handled without dwelling on their harshest physical details. Their importance lies in showing how the state and household imagined discipline, status, and responsibility. Like the laws of Hammurabi, they do not present equality. They present order, and that order was marked by rank. Assyrian society, even before its imperial height, had developed a stern legal and social structure. At the same time, Assyria was not only severe, it was also administratively capable, ritually serious, commercially experienced, and deeply tied to the older learned world of Mesopotamia. Its scribes copied texts, kept accounts, wrote letters, and used the same cuneiform inheritance that connected them to Babylonia and Sumer. The Assyrian king might campaign in lands far from the Tigris, but his inscriptions still belonged to a scribal tradition that had begun with the first clay records of the south. Assyria's later empire would be new in scale, but old in tools. Tiglath-Pileser I, ruling in the late 12th and early 11th centuries BCE, brought Middle Assyrian power to another high point. His inscriptions describe campaigns to the west, north, and east, hunting achievements, building works, and control over many lands. He reached toward the Mediterranean world and claimed victories across difficult terrain. Some claims, as always, belong to royal display and must be read with care. But his reign shows that Assyria had developed a powerful military and ideological tradition before the Neo-Assyrian age. Later kings did not invent Assyrian expansion from nothing. Heirs inherited a language of campaign, tribute, terror, order, and divine command already well established. After Tiglath-Pileser I, Assyria entered another period of contraction as wider upheavals affected the Near East around the end of the Late Bronze Age. Aramean groups moved across Syria and Mesopotamia. Older states weakened, trade patterns shifted, and political control became more fragmented. Assyria lost territory and influence, but it retained a core around the Tigris. This core was crucial. States that lose everything must begin again from memory alone. Assyria did not lose everything. Its heartland, God, royal tradition, and administrative habits endured through the narrower years. Aramean presence changed the region permanently. Aramaic would eventually become one of the great languages of communication across the Near East, even within later Assyrian imperial administration. This is another reminder that empires do not only impose, they also absorb. Assyria would later deport populations, settle communities, and govern many peoples, but it also took into itself languages, practices, and personnel from the lands it ruled. The making of Assyria was therefore not a simple hardening of one old city into a conquering state. It was a long process of pressure, adaptation, borrowing, and institutional memory. By the early first millennium BCE, the elements were in place for Assyria's final and most famous expansion. It had a sacred center in Ashur, commercial traditions rooted in long-distance exchange, a hardened royal ideology from the Middle Assyrian kings, military experience across difficult frontiers, scribal tools inherited from the south, and a heartland capable of recovery after contraction. The later capitals of Kalhu, Dur-Sharrukin, and Nineveh had not yet fully taken the stage, but the Assyrian state had learned how to survive between larger worlds and then turn survival into command. Assyria's beginning, then, should not be imagined only through the palace reliefs of later kings or the campaigns that would make its name feared across the Near East. It began also in letters about tin, silver, textiles, and family obligations. It began in the city of Assur, where God and community shared a name. It began in caravan roads crossing Anatolia, in merchants sealing tablets at Kanesh, in kings seeking recognition among great powers, and in the slow militarization of a northern state that had learned the cost of vulnerability. Out of these older habits, the Neo-Assyrian Empire would eventually rise, vast, organized, and relentless, carrying Mesopotamian power to its widest reach. Chapter 10: Nineveh Empire and the Library of Ashurbanipal. By the early first millennium BCE, Assyria had become something more than a northern kingdom recovering from older pressures. The habits formed around Ashur, the discipline of long-distance trade, the military experience of the Middle Assyrian kings, and the hard memory of frontier survival began to gather into a new imperial machine. This was the Neo-Assyrian Empire, the most extensive and administratively organized power Mesopotamia had yet seen. Its kings did not merely defeat neighboring rulers and return home with tribute. They annexed territory, made provinces, resettled populations, appointed governors, built roads, moved armies, collected intelligence, displayed conquest in palace art, and tried to make distant lands answer regularly to the will of Assyria. The first great figure in this renewed expansion was Ashurnasirpal II, who ruled in the 9th century BCE. He inherited a kingdom already recovering strength, but he gave its power a formidable public shape. His campaigns reached into northern Mesopotamia, Syria, and the lands westward, while his inscriptions spoke in the severe language of royal command. Violence appears in those inscriptions with a harshness that modern readers rightly notice. Yet in the quieter structure of history, the more enduring point is that Assyria used fear as one instrument of administration. Royal terror was not random rage. It was meant to discourage rebellion, speed submission, and make the king's name travel ahead of the army. Ashurnasirpal also moved the royal center to Kalhu, the city known today as Nimrud. There, he created a capital worthy of the empire he wished to display. The Northwest Palace was decorated with carved reliefs showing the king hunting, receiving tribute, performing ritual, and standing beneath the protection of divine beings. Lamassu, the colossal human-headed winged bulls and lions of Assyrian palace architecture, guarded entrances with a still, overwhelming force. Their bodies combined strength, watchfulness, and supernatural protection. A visitor approaching the palace did not merely enter a building. He passed through a carefully arranged statement about kingship. The palace inauguration at Kalhu was recorded with unusual detail. Ashurnasirpal claimed to have hosted tens of thousands of guests, feeding them with cattle, sheep, birds, fish, bread, beer, wine, fruit, and other provisions over many days. Royal numbers in such inscriptions serve display as well as record, but the account still reveals how feasting could become imperial theater. People from many lands were gathered, fed, and shown the king's new capital. The feast turned abundance into obedience. It made the empire appear not only powerful, but provisioned, ordered, and able to gather the world into the king's court. After Ashurnasirpal, Shalmaneser III continued Assyrian expansion westward. His reign brought Assyria into repeated contact with Syrian, Levantine, and Anatolian powers. The Battle of Karkar in 853 BCE, where a coalition including Damascus, Hamath, Israel under Ahab, and other forces resisted Assyrian advance, shows that Assyria's rise was not uncontested. Shalmaneser claimed success, as royal inscriptions usually do, but the repeated need for later campaigns suggests that resistance remained strong. The episode is important because it places Assyria within the broader Western world, where small and medium kingdoms learned that survival depended on alliance, tribute, and careful timing. Tribute became one of the visible languages of empire. The black obelisk of Shalmaneser III shows foreign rulers or their representatives bringing gifts. Among them, the famous depiction of Jehu of Israel or his envoy bowing before the Assyrian king. The image compresses a complicated political relationship into a single act of submission. Metal vessels, animals, textiles, ivory, and other goods came into Assyrian hands. But tribute was never only economic. It was symbolic admission that the Assyrian king stood higher in the order of power. To send tribute was to survive, at least for the moment, under his shadow. Assyria's empire reached a new administrative form under Tiglath-Pileser III in the 8th century BCE. Earlier kings had campaigned widely, but Tiglath-Pileser III transformed the management of conquered lands with particular force. He reduced the power of some local rulers, turned territories into provinces, placed governors under Assyrian authority, reorganized taxation, and used deportation as a regular imperial policy. The result was a more integrated empire, less dependent on loose tribute relationships alone. Assyria was learning to turn conquest into structure. Deportation was one of the most consequential tools of this system. Assyrian kings moved populations from rebellious or newly conquered lands into other parts of the empire and settled other groups in their place. The policy was harsh, and it broke local identities, but it also served administrative goals, reducing resistance, supplying labor, repopulating cities, and spreading skills across the imperial realm. In inscriptions, deportees often appear as numbers, counted and relocated. Behind those numbers stood households, languages, crafts, gods, and memories carried into unfamiliar landscapes. The empire made movement a technique of rule. Tiglath-Pileser III's campaigns affected Babylonia, Syria, Israel, and many other regions. In the Levant, Assyrian pressure reshaped the politics of Damascus, Samaria, Judah, and neighboring kingdoms. Local rulers faced an increasingly narrow set of choices: submit and pay, rebel and risk removal, or seek alliances whose promises often proved uncertain. The Assyrian army did not need to be everywhere at once. The possibility of its arrival changed decisions before it appeared. This is one of the marks of mature empire. Power works not only through action, but through expectation. Sargon II, who ruled after Shalmaneser V, carried Assyrian power into another phase. His name deliberately recalled Sargon of Akkad, the ancient model of world-conquering kingship. Whether by birth, usurpation, or political necessity, Sargon II needed legitimacy, and he used both conquest and construction to secure it. He completed the capture of Samaria, according to Assyrian royal claims, and dealt with rebellions across the empire. He fought Urartu to the north, intervened in Babylonia, and campaigned across a wide range of frontiers. His reign shows how large the Assyrian world had become and how many edges required constant attention. Sargon II also founded a new capital, Dur-Sharrukin, meaning Sargon's fortress, at modern Khorsabad. The city was planned as a royal statement, with palace, walls, gates, temples, courtyards, reliefs, and colossal guardian figures. Founding a capital was an act of imagination as much as administration. It allowed the king to shape space around his own name. Yet Dur-Sharrukin had a short life as the main royal center because Sargon died on campaign, and his son Sennacherib chose to make Nineveh the great seat of Assyrian power. In Mesopotamia, even monumental plans could be overtaken by succession. Sennacherib's reign brought Nineveh to extraordinary prominence. The city, already ancient, was expanded with walls, palaces, gardens, canals, and hydraulic works that brought water from distant sources. Sennacherib called his palace the palace without rival, a phrase of royal pride that matched the scale of his building. His engineers cut channels, built aqueducts, and altered landscapes to supply the capital. Assyrian imperial power was therefore not only visible in armies and tribute, it was visible in water made to move where the king wished it to move. One of Sennacherib's most famous campaigns was directed against Judah in 701 BCE, during the reign of King Hezekiah. The Assyrian army took many fortified cities, and the siege of Lachish became the subject of a detailed palace relief at Nineveh. The reliefs show the city under assault, the siege ramp, the movement of captives, and the Assyrian king receiving submission. The physical evidence at Lachish, including the remains of the siege ramp, gives unusual archaeological weight to the event. The narrative can be told without dwelling on violence because its historical importance lies in the machinery of empire. Siegecraft, punishment, deportation, tribute, and royal display. The Lachish reliefs were not placed in the palace only to record a military event. They were meant to be seen by envoys, officials, courtiers, and foreign visitors. A defeated city in Judah became part of Assyria's imperial interior, carved into stone panels far from the place where the campaign occurred. This is how Assyria turned distant events into permanent presence at the center. The king did not need to retell the campaign every time. The palace walls told it for him. Sennacherib's relationship with Babylonia was far more difficult. Babylon's prestige made it unlike other conquered cities. Assyria could defeat Babylonian rulers, but Babylon itself carried a sacred and scholarly authority that could not be treated as an ordinary provincial center without consequence. Sennacherib faced repeated Babylonian resistance, supported at times by Elam and local leaders. Eventually, in 689 BCE, he destroyed Babylon after prolonged conflict, an act that later tradition remembered with great seriousness. The destruction solved one political problem for a time, but it created a religious and ideological burden that his successors had to address. Esarhaddon, Sennacherib's son, reversed this policy by rebuilding Babylon. His reign shows the flexibility and anxiety of Assyrian kingship. The same imperial house that had destroyed the city now needed to restore it, because Babylon's sacred status could not simply be erased. Esarhaddon also expanded Assyrian power into Egypt, taking Memphis in 601 BCE and extending the empire farther than any earlier Mesopotamian state had reached. Yet the Egyptian conquest was hard to hold. Distance, local resistance, and rival claims made it a demanding frontier. Assyria's greatest reach also revealed the weight of overextension. Ashurbanipal, Esarhaddon's son, inherited the empire at its height and presided over one of its most culturally memorable reigns. He campaigned, governed, fought rebellions, and faced a major conflict with his brother Shamash-shumukin, who ruled Babylon and eventually rebelled. That civil war, ending with Babylon's defeat, showed again how the empire's internal structure could turn dangerous. Assyria's rulers used family appointments to manage key regions, but royal kinship did not guarantee loyalty. A brother placed in Babylon could become a rival whose rebellion carried both political and sacred danger. Ashurbanipal's campaigns against Elam were severe, and his inscriptions present them as decisive punishment. Yet his most lasting fame comes not from conquest, but from the library he gathered at Nineveh. The so-called Library of Ashurbanipal was not a library in the modern public sense. It was a royal scholarly collection, assembled through scribes who copied and collected tablets from Babylonia and Assyria. It included myths, epics, rituals, omens, medical texts, lexical lists, prayers, incantations, astronomical observations, and scholarly commentaries. Through it, the king made learning part of imperial possession. Ashurbanipal presented himself as a literate king, trained in the difficult scribal arts, able to read complex texts and understand ancient wisdom. Whether this claim should be taken in its full royal form or as an idealized image, it was important that he wished to be seen this way. Assyrian kingship had always depended on writing, but Ashurbanipal made scholarly mastery part of royal identity. To rule the world was not only to command armies, it was to gather the accumulated signs, omens, stories, and ritual knowledge of Mesopotamia into the palace. The tablets from Nineveh preserved some of the most famous works of ancient Mesopotamian literature, including the Epic of Gilgamesh. Many of these texts were much older than Ashurbanipal's reign, copied and recopied through generations of scribal tradition. In this sense, the library was both Assyrian and deeply Babylonian. Assyria had conquered lands, but it also collected the older culture of the lands it ruled. The archive at Nineveh became one of the reasons modern readers can hear echoes from Sumer, Akkad, and Babylon at all. There is a quiet historical irony here. The Assyrian Empire was feared for its armies, its deportations, its siegecraft, and its uncompromising royal language, but much of its gift to later knowledge came through preservation. The same palaces that displayed conquest also held tablets of myth, grammar, astronomy, medicine, and lamentation. Empire gathered violently, but it also gathered carefully. A clay tablet copied for Ashurbanipal's scholars could outlive the palace, the dynasty, and the empire itself. The administration beneath all this was immense. Provinces sent tribute and taxes. Governors reported to the center. Royal roads and relay systems carried messages. Intelligence moved from frontier commanders to the palace. Deportees were assigned to new lands. Craftsmen worked on royal projects. Scribes produced lists of goods, people, animals, and obligations. The empire depended on constant information. Like Uruk in a much earlier age, Assyria had grown beyond what memory could hold, but now the scale was continental. Clay, seal, courier, and archive became instruments of imperial reach. Still, no system of such size could remain effortless. Assyria's strength required continual campaigning, heavy extraction, and strict management of many peoples. Its subjects did not all accept Assyrian rule willingly. Rebellions broke out repeatedly. Frontiers demanded troops. Babylonia remained difficult. Egypt slipped from Assyrian control. Elam had to be confronted. The royal court itself could be dangerous, especially during succession. The empire's very success had created a burden of maintenance that each generation inherited. After Ashurbanipal, the sources become less clear, and Assyria weakened with surprising speed. Internal struggles, succession problems, exhausted provinces, Babylonian rebellion, and external enemies all contributed. The empire had made many enemies over the centuries, and when its center faltered, those enemies found opportunity. Babylonia under Nabopolassar and the Medes under Cyaxares would soon join in a movement that brought Assyrian power down. Nineveh, the city of palaces, canals, reliefs, and tablets, would become the center of one of the ancient world's great falls. Yet before that fall, Assyria had carried Mesopotamian statecraft to its widest and most formidable form. It had joined military discipline to administration, royal display to provincial control, terror to taxation, roads to archives, and conquest to learned collection. It had made the king's palace a place where distant cities appeared in stone and ancient texts rested in clay. The empire's end would be dramatic, but its making had been long. From Ashur's merchants to Ashurbanipal's library, Assyria had learned how distance could be mastered, recorded, and displayed, until the weight of so much distance began to press back upon the center itself. Chapter 11. The Last Glory of Babylon. When Assyria began to weaken after the reign of Ashurbanipal, the change did not at first mean that a new order was ready to replace it. Great empires often appear most permanent shortly before they begin to loosen, because their roads, palaces, provinces, and official language remain visible even while obedience thins beneath them. Assyria had ruled through governors, tribute, deportations, royal roads, and fear, but the empire had also made enemies across the lands it had held. Babylonia, especially, had never rested easily inside Assyrian power. Its cities were too old, its gods too prestigious, and its scribal memory too deep for it to become simply another obedient province of the north. In Babylon, the figure who rose at this moment was Nabopolassar. He was not born into the long clarity of an ancient royal house, and the details of his early life remain uncertain, but by 626 BCE, he had established himself as king of Babylon. His rise marked the beginning of the Neo-Babylonian or Chaldean dynasty. The word Chaldean referred originally to groups in southern Babylonia, and over time it became attached to the ruling house and later still to Babylonian learned traditions in Greek and biblical memory. In Nabopolassar's own age, what mattered most was that Babylon had found a ruler capable of turning Assyrian weakness into Babylonian recovery. Nabopolassar's struggle against Assyria was not swift. For years, Babylonia and Assyria fought across cities, canals, and old zones of control. Babylonian chronicles, written in the spare language of annalistic record, preserve the sequence without ornament. Campaigns, defeats, movements, accessions, sieges, and the deaths of kings. Their restraint is striking. Events that must have changed the lives of thousands are recorded in short entries, as though history had been pressed flat enough to fit the tablet. Yet this dryness is part of their value. They show a world in motion without later legend smoothing every difficulty away. The decisive change came when Nabopolassar found a powerful ally in Cyaxares, king of the Medes. The Medes, based in the Iranian highlands, had their own reasons to oppose Assyria, and their alliance with Babylon created the pressure that Assyria could no longer withstand. In 614 BCE, the Medes took Ashur, the old sacred city of the Assyrians. This was more than a military loss. Assur was the ancient heart of Assyrian identity, the city whose god had given the empire its name and sacred mission. When Assur fell, the empire lost one of the roots from which its kings had drawn legitimacy. 2 years later, in 612 BCE, the combined forces of Babylonians and Medes moved against Nineveh. Nineveh had been expanded by Sennacherib into one of the great cities of the ancient world, with massive walls, palaces, canals, gardens, and relief-covered rooms that displayed the reach of Assyrian power. Ashurbanipal's tablets had rested there, and royal inscriptions had filled its buildings with claims of order and conquest. The siege and fall of Nineveh became a turning point remembered across the Near East. The city that had gathered so many lands into Assyrian memory now entered the memory of others as a fallen capital. The fall itself should be told without haste. Nineveh did not represent only one ruling family. It represented generations of Assyrian organization, the provinces, the road system, the carved palace walls, the tribute processions, the deported communities, the scribal offices, the royal hunts, the guarded gateways, and the divine claims of kings. When it fell, those systems did not disappear everywhere in a single night, but the center that gave them force had been broken. Assyrian resistance continued for a short time from Haran and other places, with Egyptian support, but the old empire could not be restored. By 609 BCE, Assyrian imperial power had effectively ended. For Babylonia, the fall of Assyria was both liberation and inheritance. Nabopolassar had helped bring down the empire that had dominated his land, but he also inherited a world shaped by Assyrian methods. Large-scale rule required military organization, provincial arrangements, diplomatic calculation, and control over routes that Assyria had long understood. Babylon now had to become more than a city of sacred prestige. It had to stand as the center of an empire. This is one of the quiet turns of ancient history. Those who defeat an empire often find themselves using some of the instruments that empire left behind. Nabopolassar's son, Nebuchadnezzar II, became the great figure of Babylon's final age of splendor. Even before he became king, he commanded Babylonian forces in the west. In 605 BCE, at the Battle of Carchemish, Babylon defeated Egypt and the remaining Assyrian aligned forces, securing Babylonian control over much of Syria and the Levant. The victory mattered because it decided who would inherit the western lands once Assyria was gone. Egypt had hoped to preserve influence there. Babylon now stood in its place. Nebuchadnezzar came to the throne later that same year, and his long reign gave the Neo-Babylonian Empire its most enduring shape. He was a soldier, but he was also a builder on a scale that made Babylon itself into a monument of renewed kingship. Royal inscriptions speak again and again of temples restored, walls strengthened, processional routes beautified, and sacred buildings honored. Like many Mesopotamian kings before him, Nebuchadnezzar wanted to be remembered not only as a conqueror, but as the caretaker of the gods' houses. In Babylonian language, building was piety, legitimacy, and public order at once. Babylon under Nebuchadnezzar became one of the most famous cities in the ancient world. The Euphrates ran through it. Its walls enclosed a vast urban space, and its sacred center was dominated by the Temple of Marduk, Esagila, and the great ziggurat Etemenanke, whose name meant the house of the foundation of heaven and earth. Later Greek tradition would associate Babylon with wonders, enormous walls, and hanging gardens, though the historical reality of the hanging gardens at Babylon remains debated. What is secure is that Nebuchadnezzar invested heavily in the city's ceremonial and architectural grandeur. The Ishtar Gate and the processional way give material form to that grandeur. The gate, faced with glazed bricks of deep blue and decorated with dragons and bulls sacred to Marduk and Adad, formed part of the ceremonial route used during the New Year festival. The processional way carried divine images and royal ritual through the city's sacred geography. These were not only beautiful constructions, they organized movement, memory, and theology in brick. A person passing along that route entered a city where political power and divine order had been made visible in color, animal forms, inscriptions, and carefully staged space. Nebuchadnezzar's building inscriptions often emphasize restoration rather than novelty. This is important. Mesopotamian kings rarely wished to appear as men inventing sacred order from nothing. They preferred to present themselves as restorers of what was ancient, correct, and beloved by the gods. A wall might be newly strengthened, a gate newly faced, a temple newly repaired, but the language of the work often reached backward. The king's glory rested in renewing continuity. Babylon's last greatness was therefore both new and old, a fresh imperial capital dressed in the authority of deep memory. The empire's Western policy brought Nebuchadnezzar repeatedly into the affairs of Judah. Jerusalem, a small kingdom compared with Babylon, stood within the contested zone between Mesopotamian and Egyptian power. Its kings had to judge which great power to serve, and such judgments could become fatal when rebellion was miscalculated. Jehoiakim, Jehoiakim, and Zedekiah belonged to this pressured world where local kingship operated under the weight of distant empires. The biblical tradition preserves the experience from Judah's side, while Babylonian records give only sparse confirmation of certain events. But together they point to the same historical pressure. In 597 BCE, Jerusalem surrendered to Nebuchadnezzar and King Jehoiakim. Members of the royal family, officials, craftsmen, and others were taken to Babylonia. Zedekiah was placed on the throne as a Babylonian client. When rebellion later returned, Babylon besieged Jerusalem again, and in 586 BCE, the city and its temple were destroyed. The physical suffering of such events does not need to be unfolded in detail here. Historically, the consequence was immense. Judah's monarchy ended, its temple was lost, and a significant part of its elite population lived in exile in Babylonia. For Jewish history, theology, literature, and memory, the Babylonian exile became one of the defining events of the ancient world. Babylonian policy in Judah belonged to a wider imperial pattern. Conquered regions were expected to provide obedience, tribute, and political reliability. Elites could be deported, partly to weaken local resistance and partly to serve the imperial economy. Skilled workers, scribes, and officials had value. In Babylonia, deported communities could maintain identities, households, and religious traditions while living under imperial authority. The exile was not a single simple condition. It included loss, adaptation, memory, service, and the creation of new forms of communal life away from the ancestral land. Cuneiform tablets from Babylonia, including records connected with Judean communities in later decades, show exiles and their descendants participating in economic life through land, rations, names, and obligations. Such documents are small, but they help lower the distance between imperial policy and daily existence. A person taken from the West did not live forever as a symbol. He or she entered systems of fields, debts, names, families, and work. Babylon's empire gathered people into its administrative world, and the tablets, indifferent in tone, preserve traces of that gathering. Nebuchadnezzar also dealt with Phoenician cities, including a long campaign against Tyre. Coastal cities mattered because they linked inland empires to Mediterranean trade. Assyria had known this, and Babylon inherited the same problem. To rule Syria and the Levant was to manage mountain routes, ports, small kingdoms, old loyalties, Egyptian ambitions, and the practical difficulty of distance. Nebuchadnezzar's empire was powerful, but it did not possess Assyria's full administrative depth in every region. It was an inheritor of Assyrian space, but not a simple copy of Assyrian machinery. At home, Babylonian scholarly and religious life continued to flourish. Temples remained major institutions, with priests, scribes, offerings, archives, land, and ritual calendars. The New Year festival, centered on Marduk, dramatized the renewal of kingship and cosmic order. The king's role within such rituals mattered because Babylonian rule was not merely military command. It required recognition before the god of Babylon. The city's theology placed Marduk at the summit of divine kingship, and the human king's legitimacy depended on proper relation to that sacred order. The scribal world of Neo-Babylonian Babylonia was highly developed. Legal documents, business records, astronomical observations, contracts, letters, temple accounts, and scholarly tablets continued the long tradition of clay record-keeping. Families of scribes and priests could preserve offices and expertise across generations. The Babylonian learned tradition was not an ornament beside empire. It was one of the foundations of how the country understood time, gods, omens, property, and authority. The same civilization that built colored gates also watched the heavens with disciplined attention. Astronomical observation became increasingly precise in Babylonia during the first millennium BCE. Scholars recorded lunar and planetary phenomena, eclipses, weather, commodity prices, river levels, and political events in the texts now called astronomical diaries. Their fullest surviving series belongs especially to later centuries, but the traditions behind them were already developing in the Babylonian scholarly world. This habit of watching the sky as an ordered field of signs and cycles would become one of Mesopotamia's most important legacies. The heavens, like grain and labor long before, were brought into record. Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon therefore joined several kinds of power. It was an imperial capital, drawing tribute and obedience from the west. It was a sacred city centered on Marduk and the great temples. It was a built city renewed in brick, glaze, wall, and ceremonial root. It was a scholarly city where scribes copied, calculated, observed, and preserved. Its fame in later memory often exaggerated or reshaped its features, but the reason for that fame is not difficult to understand. Babylon had become a place where ancient Mesopotamian habits reached a final magnificent concentration. Yet the strength of this final Babylonian empire depended heavily on Nebuchadnezzar's long reign. After his death in 562 BCE, the dynasty entered instability. His son Amel-Marduk ruled briefly before being overthrown. Neriglissar followed, then the young Labashi-Marduk, who was also removed. Such rapid changes weakened the aura of continuity that Babylonian kingship needed. The city still possessed its temples, walls, scholars, and wealth, but political succession had become uncertain. In Mesopotamia, as in many ancient states, the death of a strong king could reveal how much order had depended on his personal authority. The last king of independent Babylon was Nabonidus, a ruler whose reign would become controversial in Babylonian memory. He showed unusual devotion to the moon god Sin, especially associated with Haran, and spent years away from Babylon at the oasis of Tema in Arabia. His absence disrupted the proper performance of Babylon's central rituals, including the New Year festival, at least according to hostile sources. Later Persian and Babylonian traditions portrayed him as neglectful of Marduk, though the full historical picture is more complex. What matters is that Nabonidus's relationship with Babylon's priestly and civic order appears to have been strained. Outside Babylonia, a new power was rising with extraordinary speed: Persia under Cyrus. The old balance of the Near East changed again as Cyrus defeated Media, Lydia, and other powers, creating an empire that threatened Babylon from the east and north. By the time Nabonidus faced him, Babylon was wealthy and ancient, but not politically secure. Some sources suggest discontent within Babylonia. Others emphasize Cyrus' religious messaging and his claim to restore proper order. As so often, conquest was prepared not only by armies, but by legitimacy. Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon had been the last great flowering of native Mesopotamian imperial power. Its walls, gates, temples, embankments, and processional routes made the city appear almost timeless. Yet the political world around it had changed with remarkable speed. Assyria had fallen, Babylon had risen, Egypt had been pushed back. The Medes had helped destroy Nineveh and then been overtaken by Persia. The old lands of the Near East were being drawn toward a new imperial structure, larger than any Mesopotamian kingdom had sustained. Babylon's final chapter as an independent power was near. Still, its last glory should not be measured only by its fall. Under Nabopolassar and Nebuchadnezzar, Babylon had reclaimed the south, defeated Assyria, inherited the west, rebuilt its sacred city, and restored the image of kingship around Marduk. It had gathered old memories into new walls. It had made colored brick, temple ritual, royal inscription, and imperial policy serve one final age of Mesopotamian greatness. When Cyrus entered Babylon in 539 BCE, he did not enter a dead city. He entered one of the oldest centers of human civilization, still alive with priests, scribes, archives, gods, and memories older than the conqueror's own empire. Chapter 12: Cyrus, the Tablets, and the long afterlife of Mesopotamia. By the time Cyrus of Persia turned toward Babylon, the city had already lived many lives. It had been the capital of Hammurabi, the sacred city of Marduk, the prize and problem of Assyrian kings, the restored glory of Nebuchadnezzar, and the center of a final native empire that had briefly made southern Mesopotamia powerful again. Its walls still stood, its temples still held wealth and ritual authority, its scribes still wrote in the old signs, and its scholars still watched the heavens from a tradition older than many kingdoms. Yet age and grandeur did not make a city secure. Babylon's last independent king, Nabonidus, ruled over a world in which old legitimacy had begun to loosen. Nabonidus was an unusual ruler, and unusual kings were often remembered harshly when their reigns ended badly. He was not from the direct line of Nebuchadnezzar, and his rise followed years of palace instability after the great builder's death. His devotion to the moon god Sin, especially connected with Haran, became one of the most famous features of his reign. Haran had been an important northern city, sacred to the moon god, and Nabonidus's mother appears to have had deep connections with that cult. In his own inscriptions, Nabonidus presented his religious activity as pious restoration. His enemies, or at least the traditions hostile to him, made it look like neglect of Babylon's proper god. The difficulty was not devotion to Sin by itself, Mesopotamian religion had always held many gods, many cities, and many sacred claims. The deeper problem was political and ritual balance. Babylon was Marduk's city, and the king of Babylon had obligations that were not merely personal choices of worship. He had to honor Marduk, maintain a Sagila, support the New Year festival, and stand in the right relation to the priestly and civic order of the capital. A Babylonian king could be pious in one direction and still appear dangerous if his piety disturbed the settled hierarchy of the city. Nabonidus also spent many years away from Babylon, residing at Tema in Arabia. The reasons remain debated. Some explanations point to trade routes, imperial strategy, religious motives, illness, conflict with Babylon's priesthood, or a combination of pressures. Whatever the cause, the absence mattered. The king's presence was not decorative in Babylonian ritual life. During the New Year festival, the proper performance of kingship before Marduk renewed the relationship among God, city, and ruler. If the king was absent, the ceremony could not proceed in the expected way. In a civilization where order was performed as well as administered, this was no small disruption. Belshazzar, Nabonidus' son, appears in Babylonian records as an important royal figure during his father's absence. He was not king in the full formal sense while Nabonidus lived, but he exercised authority within the kingdom. Later biblical tradition would remember Belshazzar in a dramatic setting, but the cuneiform evidence places him more quietly inside the machinery of late Babylonian rule, a crown prince involved in administration, offerings, and high-level responsibility. His position shows how Nabonidus's long absence required a divided form of kingship, with the father away and the son present in the land's political center. While Babylon managed these internal strains, Persia was rising with astonishing speed. Cyrus, king of Anshan and then ruler of the Persians, defeated Astyages of Media around the middle of the 6th century BCE, bringing the Median realm under his control. He then defeated Croesus of Lydia, extending his reach into Anatolia, one after another. Old powers that had shaped the Near Eastern balance fell into the orbit of a new empire. Cyrus did not inherit the Mesopotamian tradition in the same way a Babylonian or Assyrian king did, but he understood the need to speak its language when he approached Babylon. Persian power differed from earlier Mesopotamian empires in scale and style. Akkad had gathered the cities of Mesopotamia and nearby lands. Assyria had stretched from the Gulf toward Egypt and Anatolia with extraordinary administrative force. Babylon had inherited parts of that Western system and clothed itself in ancient sacred prestige. Cyrus was building something still larger, an empire able to absorb different kingdoms while presenting itself, when useful, as the restorer of local order. This ability to conquer without always appearing to destroy was one of the strengths of early Persian rule. In 539 BCE, the Persian campaign against Babylonia reached its decisive stage. Babylonian sources record the defeat of Nabonidus' forces at Opis and the entry of Persian forces into Babylon. The city itself appears to have been taken without the kind of long destructive siege that had marked some earlier imperial falls. The details are shaped by sources with their own political purposes, especially texts favorable to Cyrus, but the broad result is clear. Nabonidus' rule ended, and Babylon passed into the Persian Empire. Mesopotamia's long history of native imperial centers had reached a turning point. The Cyrus cylinder gives the Persian conquest its most famous Mesopotamian voice, Written in Akkadian cuneiform, it presents Cyrus as chosen by Marduk to restore proper order after Nabonidus had failed in his duties. It describes the return of divine images to their cities and the relief of burdens placed upon people. Modern readers have often treated the cylinder as a declaration of tolerance, and it certainly shows a different kind of royal messaging from Assyrian threats or some earlier conquest inscriptions. Yet it is also a traditional Mesopotamian royal text, using familiar ideas of divine favor, restoration, legitimate kingship, and the correction of a failed predecessor. This is what makes the document so revealing. Cyrus conquered Babylon, but he allowed Babylonian scribal language to explain his conquest. He did not need to present himself as an outsider breaking the old order. He could appear as the ruler Marduk had chosen to repair it. The Persian king entered the deepest political grammar of Mesopotamia. The bad king neglects the gods. The rightful king restores temples and peace. The divine world authorizes the change of rule. In that sense, Babylon did not merely fall to Persia. It also taught Persia how a conqueror should speak inside Babylon. Nabonidus was captured, and his reign passed quickly into the memory of failure. Yet it would be too simple to treat him only as a foolish or impious king. His own inscriptions show a ruler deeply concerned with antiquity, restoration, and sacred legitimacy. He excavated or restored ancient temples and showed interest in earlier royal inscriptions. In one striking sense, Nabonidus was almost an archaeologist king, searching for old foundations and honoring earlier rulers. His tragedy was that reverence for antiquity did not secure the living politics of Babylon. A king could love the past and still lose the present. For the people of Babylonia, Persian conquest did not mean the end of cities, temples, fields, contracts, or cuneiform writing. Babylon remained an important city under Persian rule. Its priests continued rituals. Its scribes continued to write legal and administrative tablets. Its business families continued to lend silver, lease fields, arrange marriages, manage property, and record obligations. Temples such as Esagila remained major institutions, though their relationship with imperial authority changed across time. Political sovereignty had shifted, but the ordinary machinery of Babylonian life did not stop. The Persian Empire governed through satrapies, tribute, local elites, royal roads, military authority, and respect for useful inherited institutions. In Babylonia, this meant that Persian rule could work through existing scribal and temple systems, rather than replacing them immediately. Aramaic grew increasingly important as an imperial language of administration, but cuneiform remained alive in scholarly, temple, legal, and archival contexts. For a long time, two worlds of writing overlapped: the older wedge-shaped signs of Mesopotamia and the alphabetic scripts that were becoming more convenient across the wider empire. Babylon's learned families carried forward traditions that had begun thousands of years earlier in humbler administrative needs. The first proto-cuneiform tablets of Uruk had counted goods and labor. Later scribes had written royal inscriptions, hymns, myths, laws, omens, school exercises, mathematical problems, and astronomical observations. Under Persian rule, the scribal world did not forget these inheritances. Scholars continued copying old texts, maintaining lexical lists, preserving ritual knowledge, and recording the sky. The political center had moved beyond Mesopotamia, but Mesopotamia's intellectual habits remained. The astronomical diaries of Babylon are among the most remarkable products of this late scholarly tradition, compiled especially from the first millennium BCE onward. They recorded lunar and planetary phenomena, eclipses, river levels, weather, commodity prices, and notable political events. Their style is spare, practical, and disciplined. They do not sound like philosophy, but they represent one of the most sustained programs of observation in the ancient world. The same civilization that once measured barley rations now measured the heavens with patient regularity. Its old administrative mind had turned upward. This habit of observation would have a long afterlife. Babylonian astronomy influenced later Greek astronomy, and through that broader chain it entered the scientific traditions of the Mediterranean world. The sexagesimal system, based on units of 60, left traces that still remain in the division of hours, minutes, seconds, and degrees. Not every modern inheritance can be traced in a simple straight line, and history is rarely so neat. But Mesopotamia's role in the development of mathematical astronomy is beyond doubt. Its scholars gave later worlds numerical tools and records of time that outlived their own temples. Cuneiform literature also survived through copying. The Epic of Gilgamesh, flood traditions, creation stories, laments, prayers, omen series, medical texts, and wisdom compositions moved through scribal hands across centuries. Many texts known today survived because Assyrian and Babylonian scholars copied older materials into libraries and archives. A myth first shaped in one age could be preserved in another, edited in a third, buried in a palace ruin, and read again thousands of years later. Mesopotamian memory was never a single unbroken voice. It was a chain of copies, losses, recoveries, and renewals. Persian rule did not remain entirely peaceful in Babylonia. Babylon rebelled more than once against Achaemenid authority, especially after the death of kings when imperial succession created openings. Darius I faced Babylonian revolts, and later Persian kings also had to manage the city's prestige and restlessness. Babylon was too important to ignore and too old to treat casually. Its name carried weight not only for its inhabitants, but for every ruler who wished to claim mastery over the ancient Near East. To possess Babylon was to inherit a burden of legitimacy. Over time, however, Babylon's political centrality slowly diminished. The Persian imperial capitals lay elsewhere. Later, after Alexander the Great defeated the Persian Empire, Babylon briefly appeared again as a possible center of world rule. Alexander entered the city in 331 BCE and died there in 323 BCE. Giving Babylon one last place in the drama of empire. Yet the Seleucid rulers who followed eventually founded Seleucia on the Tigris, and population, power, and administrative attention shifted. Babylon did not vanish immediately, but its long decline had begun. Still, decline is not disappearance. Late cuneiform tablets continued to be written into the first centuries BCE, and even into the early centuries CE in some scholarly contexts. By then, the script had become the possession of a narrow learned tradition, no longer the ordinary administrative language of empire. Aramaic, Greek, and other languages carried much of the region's public life. The old wedge signs remained in temple and scholarly circles, increasingly specialized, increasingly fragile. A writing system that had once helped create urban civilization slowly became the guarded craft of a few. The last known cuneiform tablets belong to a world far removed from Uruk's first accountants. Thousands of years had passed since someone first pressed signs into clay to remember quantities of grain and animals. Empires had risen and fallen. Sumerian city-states, Akkad, Ur-III, Babylon, Assyria, Neo-Babylonian power, Persia, Macedonian and Seleucid rule. Gods had changed rank, languages had shifted, cities had flourished and faded. Yet the basic gesture remained recognizable, a stylus pressed into clay, leaving marks that could outlast the hand. That continuity gives Mesopotamian history its unusual depth. It is not only the story of beginnings, though it contains many beginnings. It is also the story of persistence through change. Cities were destroyed and rebuilt. Temples lost statues and received them again. Foreign peoples entered the land and became its kings. Languages rose into administration and receded into scholarship. Old gods were elevated, reinterpreted, or carried forward under new political skies. Through it all, clay kept receiving marks. The inheritance of Mesopotamia passed into the world in many forms. Law codes, royal inscriptions, flood stories, city laments, school texts, mathematical tables, astronomical records, imperial administration, archival habits, and the idea of kingship under divine order all traveled beyond their first settings. Some passed directly, others moved indirectly, through later cultures that borrowed, translated, resisted, or reimagined them. Mesopotamia did not become the modern world in any simple way, but it gave later civilizations a set of tools for managing complexity: record, measure, office, calendar, archive, and written authority. The land itself remained. The Tigris and Euphrates continued to run through plains marked by old canals, abandoned mounds, surviving towns, and buried cities. Wind, flood, brick robbing, and time reduced many ancient places to low rises in the landscape. Under those mounds lay walls, tablets, graves, broken vessels, ceilings, beads, tools, and the dust of institutions that had once seemed permanent. Archaeology would one day open them again, not as living cities, but as layered records of human effort. The past did not speak all at once. It waited in fragments. The first excavators who recovered Assyrian palaces, Babylonian inscriptions, and Sumerian tablets entered a history that had been forgotten by most of the world in its own written form. Cuneiform had to be deciphered. Names known from biblical and classical tradition had to be matched with signs on clay and stone. As the script became readable again, an older human voice returned. Kings boasting, scribes calculating, students copying, priests invoking, merchants lending, astronomers observing, and cities mourning. Mesopotamia came back not as legend only, but as paperwork, poetry, law, and memory. By the end of its ancient independence, Mesopotamia had already given history more than one civilization could easily hold. Eridu had offered the memory of sacred beginnings. Uruk had made the city and the tablet central to organized life. The Sumerian city-states had formed kingship, rivalry, temple economies, and written public memory. Akkad had widened rule into empire. Ur-III had made bureaucracy visible in astonishing detail. Amorite kingdoms had filled the roads with letters, trade, and diplomacy. Hammurabi had carved justice into royal stone. Kassite Babylonia had preserved continuity across centuries. Assyria had mastered distance through administration and fear. Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon had gathered ancient prestige into one final blaze of walls, gates, and temples. Cyrus had taken the city and, by speaking in its own sacred language, carried it into a wider imperial age. The political story ends more than once, because Mesopotamia was never only one kingdom. Akkad ended, but Sumerian tradition remained. Ur ended, but Babylon rose. Assyria ended, but its libraries preserved older worlds. Babylon's independence ended, but its scholars kept writing. Even cuneiform's final silence did not erase what it had held. The marks remained in clay long after the voices that made them had gone. In the end, Mesopotamia's deepest legacy may be the patience of record, not the loudness of conquest, not the splendor of gates, not even the fame of its kings, but the steady belief that the world could be held in signs, grain measured, stars noted, debts witnessed, laws displayed, offerings counted, omens copied, stories preserved. The first civilization on Earth did not leave one monument alone. It left millions of small, hardened memories. And behind them all, there is still the physical plane, river silt, broken brick, reed beds, old channels, and tablets the color of dried earth. The kings have receded into names. The cities have settled into mounds. The gods remain in hymns, the merchants in accounts, the students in uneven practice lines, the astronomers in rows of observations. A stylus once pressed a wedge into soft clay, and the clay cooled, hardened, and waited, holding its small marks through the long silence. The journey is complete. Rest well.